America's motherfucking nightmare, bitch.
They wanna know where the hood at, nigga, be right there. Live in the flesh with them texts and never scared. Them guns we holding, claustrophobic, we let them in. Dump, reloaded, America's nightmare. They wanna know where the hood at, nigga, be right there. Live in the flesh with them texts and never scared. Them guns we holding, claustrophobic, we let them in. Dump, reloaded, America's nightmare.
Dogs, I think smarter, reach all the slugs travel much farther. Niggas stomp a Timberland wearing face carver with the box cutter, top gutter. I'll hover over you lanes, run for cover into your brain. Yeah, you did your thing, but not very good. And by the looks of things, you can't come back to the hood. That's not a good look for you, my nigga. Was really popping and inquiring minds wanted to know how you rocking them new guns. We cop those in bulk like we bought them at Costco's. Don't get yourself murked. Wet shirt, said it first. Hurry, this that red alert. You ain't gotta give up to know that this letter hurt. The sight of my hammer got your heart pumping, nerves twitching, eyes jumping, heads a roll. When that pound start kicking, you be missing moms to be wearing that yellow ribbon while I'm somewhere in the Cayman Islands chilling.
They wanna know where the hood at, nigga, be right here. Live in the flesh with them texts and never scared. Them guns we holding, claustrophobic, we let them in. Dump, reloaded, America's nightmare. They wanna know where the hood at, nigga, be right here. Live in the flesh with them texts and never scared. Them guns we holding, claustrophobic, we let them in. Dump, reloaded, America's
now you know
nightmare.
we keep big things that make dead people when we hit brains. It's a rap for the sequel, get your whip sprayed. Though I'd rather hit you walking, get your shit shaved. Plus showered up, talking, then we split, ayy. Won't catch me gun smoking, had a cop sting. It was drugs that provoked it while we rolling, ayy. Bad girl, I see you, can I get a taste? But that thing hurt is lethal in a good way. Just so you know I ain't the one to get your clip ate. But hope you got a strong back, I make your shit break. You be walking like a penguin for a few days. Yo bitch, you know we got big cash. Money falling out our pockets, give you whiplash. When we drive past your projects, ain't nobody can stop us. Infamous, they can't top us, they want our spot. You fall back, nigga, we got this.
They wanna know where the hood at, nigga, be right here. Live in the flesh with them texts and never scared. Them guns we holding, claustrophobic, we let them in. Dump, reloaded, America's nightmare. They wanna know where the hood at, nigga, be right here. Live in the flesh with them texts and never scared. Them guns we holding, claustrophobic, we let them in. Dump, reloaded, America's nightmare.
I got love for my niggas, love for my niggas, love for my niggas, got love for my niggas, love for my niggas, love for my niggas, love for my niggas.
What's good? What's good? I didn't think I was gonna fucking make it here on time. Fucking just got home. Oh, what can I say, y'all? What can I say? I'm a heartbreaker. Oh, man. Oh, man, that's some fucking, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You know? People act one way, get wonder, and then they wonder why they get treated fucking appropriately. What's up, Duchess? What's up, JR? Why? You never seen those openings, bro? I'm trying. I actually got to make another one. No idea. But it's time for a fucking haircut. Actually, I might just like grow it out for the winter. I might be going to fucking Vermont for like a month during fucking ski season. I fucking hate winter. If there was only a way to fucking do shit without the cold. But I have to fucking bundle the fuck up. Already started getting my feet fucking cold as shit. I'm like, No. Oh, I got a couple of them. I got that one, and then I'm not gonna play the whole thing, so you don't have to worry about it. But then I got this one.
Yeah, sending this one out to my man Killer B. No doubt, indeed. Without weed, you know what I'm saying? That old real shit. There's a war going on outside, no man is safe from. You could run, but you can't hide forever from these streets that we done took. You walking with your head down, scared to look. You shook, cause ain't no such things as halfway crooks. They never around when the beat.
Symbol of the Vietnam. Oh, dude, I could have just listened to that whole fucking song. And those are like, honestly, like, yo, I'd like to do a much better one. Like, I threw that shit together in like 5 minutes. Like, and I'm not exaggerating. Like, all right, maybe 10 minutes I took total. But, like, you know, I'd like to apply myself. They never around the beef cooks up. Should do a fucking oh man, yo, I might do a fucking intro just for the fucking Mob fucking tube shit with Biggie and Mob Deep. Like, what's beef? Oh god, I think that shit would be fucking hilarious. Oh Jesus. Beef is when I see you. Oh. Damn, Mark, you're gonna make me fucking listen to that shit. For real. Classics. Oh, dude, I really feel like listening to some Biggie right now. I feel like listening to music. I ain't even gonna lie. I really do. Oh, shit. Fucking classics is right. Fucking classics is right. The small one. Yo, Yo, this dude's a fucking idiot. He had a proffer fucking agreement. That was it. Fucking idiot.
Hanging with the cops and you gon' get your ass smoked. You call like in the other person.
Alright, hold on. Let's see. The fuck was that CD called, dude? Biggie fucking. What the fuck was it? It's like after he died, fucking, there was a whole bunch of different music. Actually, I forget. Where is it? Duets.
I need your help solving a murder.
Oh, yeah? Whose murder?
Mine.
Bad boy, bitch. Ram Jones. The Clips. B.I.G. Let's go.
Measuring, blundering, bandito, getting fanny, spending chips like Manny. Hope you creeps got receipts. My peeps get dirty like cleats. Run up in your crib, like you in your polo sheets. Fucked up in your wig, nigga deceased. My shit come on. It's my dinner, it's official. Only the fed by fear, get the tissue. I make your mouth teeth obese like Deloise. When I release, you lose teeth like little Steve. Nigga, please, blood your dungarees. And that's just the half of my warpath. Laugh now, cry later. I rhyme greater than the average player hater. The spectators buy my CD twice. They see me in the street, they be like, yo, he nice. But that's on the low though. Be the cats with no dough. Try to play me at my show. I pull out 4 foes and go up in their clothes. Short change niggas, snort cane niggas. Extortion came quicker. Bought the range nigga. It still tickle me. I used to be as strong as Triple V. To little C's cripple me. Now I play hard like my girl's nipples be. The game sour like a pickle bean. Y'all know the rules. Move from BK to New Jerusalem. Think about all the planes we flew. Bitches we ran through. Now the year's new. I lay my game flat. I want my spot back. Take 2. Motherfuckers mad cause I blew. Niggas envy us. Too many niggas on my dick. Shit strenuous. When my head bust, you just
baby.
Damn, dude.
Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, prepare a table for me.
Puff Daddy's got a fucking. I hate that shit. Like, yo, Puff Daddy and fucking Master P used to always like throw their bullshit in there.
All the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever.
niggas in my faction don't like asking questions. Strictly gun testing, troop measuring. Get the pleasure in the bandito, hit the pennies, spending chips at Manny. Hope you creeps got receipts. My peeps get dirty like tweet. Run up in your crib, wrap you in your polo sheet. Stick up in your wig piece, nigga deceased. Why? May you rest in peace with my sycamore staff. More sicker than yours. 4-4 and 54 draw. That's my pilot. There's my lair. That's my dare. Shit's official. Only the feds I fear. Here's the tissue. Stop your blood clot crying.
Alright. Sorry. I was just in some mood. I was just in the mood for some shit. You know?
Ready to get more from your health plan? Start with our 5-step checklist. You'll find benefits you might.
Dude, I was bumping this shit fucking earlier, dude. This shit fucking.
Nigga, who on? When they do it, it's a problem when I do it. Fuck, birds of a feather. They flock together, they make you a sucker. I don't fuck with nobody. You know, if you ain't mine tied, then it's fuck you. I want numbers some money. But if they get with the shit, I'm a flush. I'm in South Carolina. I'm looking for Rennie. She know I'm some bitch.
Anyways. Alright. Oh, man. Sorry, man. I just came back. I just got back to the fucking hotel, man. I was just listening to fucking music in my car on the way home. I know. Sometimes you're just in a mood to fucking whatever. Yo, it's funny too, because the music started off like at the beginning of the night. It's like fucking, yo, the music started off as like some 70s fucking like folk shit type thing I was fucking taking off to. But damn, dude. I miss fucking having like, yo, who remembers the fucking 12, 15-inch fucking subwoofers and shit in fucking cars that are just fucking making your fucking brain rattle in your skull. That was a necessity back in the day. I don't know, man. Music's fucking can fucking totally change your mood. Fucking, I don't know, man. I fucking love music. I really do. And it doesn't even matter as long as it's not fucking country. As long as it's not fucking country. I can't stand country music. Fuck that shit. Anything exciting happened today? Someone get struck by lightning, or, you know, did God strike anybody down? I don't know, man. That's what I'm trying to get to the bottom of too, bro. It's going down. Yo, I just finished fucking watching Godfather of Harlem. Oh god, dude. So I guess people could just make up whatever the hell they want for a TV show. You know what I mean? Like, dude, if that's the case, oh man. Have I got a story for you? It's of a young man whose mother had as much power as any mafia captain in the neighborhood. A young man who, against all odds, didn't become. Oh, shit. So, Mark, he says, I broke his heart. Handstand. Did you do any videos? Well, no, but I did like 30 more shorts. Oh, yeah. Furbo's got a fucking page, I guess. So, if you want to go fucking hit Furbo up, feel free. I guess, from what I understand, it'll be mostly in Italian. Well, shit. I ain't got much to say. Because I don't fucking. That's just a whole nother fucking. Dude, he's a temperamental kid. Like, fucking. It's like dealing with like a 7th grade fucking chick with a crush. I don't know, man. You know, you try to treat somebody fucking normal, and they gotta be douchebaggy. So, whatever. So there you go. There you go, handstand. You just keep building your fucking brand. Anyways. So what's been going down? Anything fucking in these YouTube streets? Like, yo, listen, I've been so fucking not paying attention to shit, like, at all on either side. And apparently, oh, wow. Holy shit. Cool. Oh, shit. My bad. Sorry, I was looking at some other thing on the computer, but oh bullshit. That's just because you got tired of fucking getting kicked out of all the rooms and shit. Because no one wanted to fucking give you a chance. They're like, ah. Nah, but like honestly, like I fucking it's like a fucking it's like a death metal concert between these motherfuckers. Like I don't know, man. It's just a bunch of fucking I can't fucking pay attention to silly fucking insults and fucking ridiculous shit, dude. It's like, yo, either fucking figure out a way to fucking bring this shit to a head, resolve this, or fucking move on. What's up, Mike? But hey, man, if Jerry Springer shit is your type of entertainment, this is the genre for you. What up, Dante? Well, he went over to my room and commented there, and now I need a test to tell him that this kid is his. It's like, Maury, you are not the supporter. You are not a subscriber. Yeah. See, I told you how I wasn't subscribed to your bitch ass. Oh shit. What up, Godfather? Oh man, dude, shit's too funny. Now, how does this make you feel? Well, I just don't like the way they treat each other, you know. Oh my god, dude. It is fucking so like a fucking Jerry Springer show. Oh man. Jerry. I can't believe that dude's dead. I can't believe Jerry Springer's dead. And Ray Liotta, too. He wasn't looking so good, though, the last couple of movies. Anyways. Yeah. No, dude. I would take the Jersey Shore people over some of these fucking idiots. But yeah, the Do you know who I am? Do you know who I ran with? Do you know what fucking neighborhood I'm from? I don't need to take this disrespect from anybody. I'm from Brooklyn. Yeah, cool. It's like, dude, I don't give a fuck where you're from. I don't give a fuck who you know. I don't give a fuck what they did or who you're related to and what they did. I don't give a fuck about any of that shit. It's about what the fuck you did. It's like, dude, you ain't fucking bad guy adjacent. You ain't fucking wise guy adjacent and gonna fucking act like a fucking wise guy or a fucking street guy. It just doesn't work like that. Sorry. Oh, I don't know. Nah, man, if you're on here fucking thinking that's like a fucking Boy Scout badge because you did this or you did that or you knew this person or knew that person, man, you know, maybe you should reassess your values. Hey, man, that's cool. You know, if you are clever and smart enough to get away with something and pull off a fucking criminal fucking act and make money off it for a time or a fucking for a substantial amount of money, great. Congratulations, man. I'm glad you were that clever and, you know, it worked out for you. But, you know, there's a difference between fucking people telling their story, you know, and then there's a difference between people fucking letting everybody know who they, you know, who they are and what they've done. I've noticed that people like that who are very vocal without provocation tend to fucking exaggerate the most. I mean, dude, you guys know, see, you guys don't know about half the motherfuckers on here, dude. I'm about to fucking hit Frank up for that list of 50 of these motherfuckers and start doing research. Bro, there's a guy named Ciro DiPaggio. And not Italian, fucking some weird fucking fake dude out there, fucking claiming to be a wise guy and this and that. Bro, I have his fucking rap sheet and shit. This motherfucker's nicknames were like Big Bad Billy and like Tater Tot and shit. Like, dude, he's like a Florida fucking yokel. I have fucking pictures of this dude in like white snake tuxedos and mullets and shit. He's like a fucking, he's a scammer. You know what a scam, like a, you know, people that fucking scam credit card info and shit. Dude, there's like fucking, and I'm told there's like 50 of these motherfuckers. I think that shit would be fucking hilarious. I don't know what phone I have it on. I don't even know if I have my phone that has that shit on it. No. No, sorry. There was like a gap in phones where like one of my phones that I had for a while was like fucked up. Dude, but for real, this motherfucker was in a band, like a fucking cover band. I forgot who the fuck it was, but it was like a glamour 80s band. Fucking this guy. Yeah, we all know about Ramundi and Trio and fucking Gunner. Dude, if you ever want fucking information on Gunner, go to Mobster Chronicles. Bro, they just fucking fucking decimate these fucking people. Dude. It's just fucking like, dude, Gunner gets fucking like first. Oh, so you know who else is another fake? The guy who's on fucking fuck, what the fuck's that little fucking shit's name? What the fuck? He's he's from Detroit. What the fuck's his name? God damn it. Forgot his fucking name. Hold on. The guy's from Detroit too. From Best Friends, that Bo whatever. Give me a minute. Maserati Rick.
Maserati Rick.
There it is. Nate Boone Craft. Al Prophet is the dude I'm thinking of. Yo, so fucking this dude right here is full of fucking shit.
Their online RN to BSN is national.
He was metal, down to earth. He was friendly to anyone and anybody.
This is the dude who said he whacked Maserati Rick in the hospital. Yo, this dude's story is complete full of shit. I got the research fucking on this dude, or some of it. But yeah, dude, this dude's a complete fucking fraud. Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, but dude, those are all people that people are fucking more than aware of. Like Tony Silo. That dude doesn't. Who the fuck ever thought that dude was some kind of wise guy fucking person? The guy's just some fucking mob fanboy and a slip and fall dude. Like, I don't know who would be dumb enough to think that dude would be anything of the sort. The guy Gianni Russo, fucking, I mean, of course he killed Pablo Escobar and fucking just took over the whole cocaine market. Before, he was running things for who was it? Joe Bonanno? And then, was fucking like, dude, come on, dude. Who believes that shit? Didn't that dude live with John A. Light? Or no? I guess we got to add Chicky to that list. Chicky Capone. Yo, bro. Gianni Crew, bro. Chill with that fucking energy, man. Jesus Christ. Unnecessary. Yo, Fish and Chicky, are you kidding me, dude? They were running the new Murder Inc. They just weren't caught. Oh, shit. Yeah, man, they were fucking, you know. Give me a sec, I gotta take a piss. No, I wasn't. And I never claimed to be anything. Oh man, yo, who remembers that fucking shit, yo? His jail photo where fucking dude's wearing like a towel up front. Oh shit, yo. Oh. Oh shit, dude. uh, well, nah, you don't know? You don't know Magelio over there, or I'm sorry, my bad. You don't know John Montanez was fucking taking care of fucking contracts, for Joe Messino. And then Vinny Gorgeous, of course. That's when he really excelled and rose up the crime ladder. Nah, from Hartford, which is like 20 minutes from Springfield. Like, I used to sell weed for like his crew, like definitely removed. And then plus he owned a club in fucking Hartford that was anyways. Yo. Oh man. Kid walks so much he's got holes in his shoes, dude. For real. Like, I ain't even fucking around. He somehow conned a content creator into having him up there to fix some kind of computer issues or some shit, which I would not be using that dude to do anything, but okay. So he takes the bus all the way up there, goes there. And then the dude's like, yo, I gave him a ride home. And he's like, yo, I almost felt so bad. I wanted to pull over and buy him a pair of sneakers. This dude had fucking holes in his shoes. I'm like, fuck. Nah, man. Just a friend, Gianni. Just a friend. Oh, yeah, man. Are you kidding me? That was the dude who freaking got what was his face? Changlini, and shot freaking Merlino in the ass, dude. It was actually him, not fucking that crazy ass motherfucker. Hell no. Hell no. Bro, dude, listen, man. Straight up. Chicky answered phones. Like, I'm not putting him down for that or this and that. But like, yo, every wise guy I've ever talked to in Springfield, active or not, it's like Chicky's. I was told up until a couple years ago he was the fat funny guy that used to hang around but not really get into But dude, think about it, man. Think about it. Like, if you guys didn't see his brother's interview, watch his brother's interview. Like, who charges that many points on a loan? No. Chicky ran off the road looking for a pizza connection between his mouth and his slice. Oh man, dude. Yo, I guess fucking this dude crashed up on a guardrail and shit and had blood, and he was like passed out and had blood and pizza all over him, and the state troopers were fucking dying laughing like, yo, they told fucking someone to come pick him. Oh god, dude. The stories. Jesus. Chicky's brother. I interviewed Chicky's brother. It's funny, like, I hope you realize, like, I'm humoring you. Just so you know, you're not getting one over. Fucking weak ass shit. Anyways, what up, diversity? I don't think you have to worry about diversity with FBS anymore. People are fucking getting you too confused. Like, no diversity. I'm like, nah, you gotta look at the end game. Apparently, I broke Fish's heart. No. Nah, he's just fucking. He's been on it. So, who knows? Oh man, he's definitely got to be top 5 most sensitive to ball busting on here. That's right, yo. He got booted to Canada. Tied up, pushed across the Great Lakes, put on a boat. Viking funeral style. What's up, man? I thought you said drop the link. Anyways, back to life.
Don't pee on the floor, use the Commodore. La 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 la.
We are here to lick some serious butt.
Oh man.
I'm Batman.
You think you can take me? You know where I live? All you motherfucking clowns. You know where I live?
Oh, so sorry, man. Continue on with your ball movements. You guys hear the story of Sonny Francis and the bacon?
You know, all these guys would meet at the Cadillac Diner, and my grandfather would bring me along, and Sonny would sit me on his knee and feed me bacon while they were talking. I was only a little fucking, you know.
Just in case anybody was thinking of pulling up on pizza, just know.
I'm your nightmare. I've been your nightmare.
Oh shit, dude, hold on. I totally have a fish fucking one. Let's see what we got. Shit. Fish's fucking Christmas list consisted of a tape recorder, a microphone, and some binoculars. He learned how to read lips because that's all he could do was watch from the window. Oh man. Hold on.
My life is nothing but a comedy.
Sorry. What else we got?
In your general direction. Your mother was a hamster and your
All right, yo, that's better.
in your general direction. Your mother was a
Give me 1 sec. Delete. Adios.
I fart in your general direction. Your mother was a hamster and your father smelt of elderberries.
Anyways. From Monty Python. Damn, dude, it's already 1:45. That's right, I got in late. I don't know what the fuck you guys feel like bullshitting about. Feel free if someone wants to grab the link. Anyways, let's see. Let's see what fucking interesting topics we can find. Let's see. What we got? What do we got? Oh shit.
Mobster Chronicles breaking news.
Welcome to Mobster Chronicles. Yummy didn't learn his lesson from our last video because the fat pinhead poked the beehive again by posting and then deleting within an hour a picture of an alleged member of the Detroit Mob's administration, which he had no business doing, a man he has never even met. So, if he wants to go there, we're happy to oblige. Whatever he does, we'll reciprocate, times 10. This is Marfat and her third husband Al Clownzo's rented shack in northern Michigan. It's quite the showplace which Zillow has generously valued at $161,000. But the value is irrelevant because he's just renting it anyway. He's living all the way up north because number one, it's in his bum price range because a one-bedroom apartment up there rents for $400 per month, and two, he knows if he lived in Metro Detroit now, he'd have already had that ass whipped multiple times by the people that still run things here. Stay tuned for more pics from Gummer's past. Yikes. Mobster Chronicles is a syndicate of mob experts and insiders who present unique, fact-based videos and discussions about organized crime in the US and Canada. We present the mob's point of view on organized crime, with an unbiased eye and don't take cheap shots or pass any judgment on those involved. We also expose those wannabe gangsters and frauds who dare to lie about their life and connections to La Cosa Nostra in America and those snitches, stoolies and rats, who did the crime but couldn't do the time. All are targets, and none are safe from our pursuit. Mob liars, snitches and wannabes. You can run, you can lie, you can snitch, but you can't hide. Please subscribe to our channel if you want to see more content like this. Hit the like button and don't forget to ring the notification bell, and we welcome your comments. Thanks for watching.
Oh man. Yeah, dude, if you ever want to know about Gunner, fucking Mobster Chronicles just fucking tears apart every fucking ridiculous ass fucking lie this dude is told. I'm looking at fucking all these, dude. I'm about to play a couple of these. These are just fucking hilarious. Anyways. Alright, hold on. Let's see, pull this shit up on my computer. Yeah, because this dude Gunner is fucking. Yo, that was the one thing Bofa would be fucking dead fucking serious about. Alright. Library. Play good. Oh shit. We gotta play this, yo. Wolf ticket salesman. Yeah, shout out Bofa, man. I'll play some silly Bofa. Go Bass intro music too.
Mobster Chronicles breaking news.
Welcome to Mobster Chronicles. For almost a year now, Gummer the Blowhard has been talking shit about coming to Detroit and challenging anyone to come meet him, and for at least that long, he hasn't showed up. The broke-ass bum probably can't afford the gas money for the trip to Detroit. So, without further delay, let's watch old Gummer write checks with his big mouth that he can't cash.
I'm going to
Chronicles breaking news.
Welcome to Mobster Chronicles. For almost a year now, Gummer the Blowhard has been talking shit about coming to Detroit and challenging anyone to come meet him, and for at least that long, he hasn't showed up. The broke-ass bum probably can't afford the gas money for the trip to Detroit. So, without further delay, let's watch old Gummer write checks with his big mouth that he can't cash.
I'm going to Detroit because I'm gonna go to a place and dare all the YouTube MobTube groupies and haters to come meet me anywhere for a fight.
That's what we should go to.
I will literally announce where I'm going to be and say it's just me. I won't even bring friends, homeboys, nothing. In fact, I'll just set the camera up on the tripod, set it right frickin' there, and anyone who wants a piece of me, come get it. All you have to do to win the prize is make me feel threatened. Let me see if you can make me feel. And you guys, the camera rolling.
And in another video the following day, Gummer did his weekly live show with the Mezzo rat Larry Mazza, The Game Plan. During the show, he was asked by one of the 6 people who were watching if he was going to the Detroit Italian Festival, where he has previously peddled his Our Thing clown costumes and promoted his book, a self-proclaimed better than The Godfather, better than a New York Times bestseller. He said he might drop by the festival, where he said he could walk around with his hand on his pathetic excuse for a pair of balls, and dare anyone to come up to him and call him a liar. I'll set up at the festival and let's see who says what. Well, we thought he might sneak in incognito and shoot a quick video, then say he showed up and no one dared confront him. So we had people at the festival all 3 days, and I personally went there several times, including the last day, on Sunday, July 17th, when I shot the short clip that you'll see in this video.
Someone sneaking round the corner. Is that someone? Mac the Knife. Got a tugboat over by the river. A cement bag. Fetch your Mackie back in town. I'm Louis Miller. Disappeared.
Government right here.
As you probably guessed, Lindblom the liar never did show up to talk his trash. On August 17, 2023, A month after he was supposed to show up in Detroit and kick everyone's ass, Gummer scuttled his YouTube channel, because we were hammering him so bad. Then, 4 months later, his balls got bigger than his brains, and he felt it was safe to return to YouTube and start his lying bullshit all over again. This just so happened to conveniently coincide with a planned trip to LA and New York, where his complete nobody of a producer paid for him to have a meet and greet with Michael Francis and then a sleepover with bankrupt husband Armand Assante. And upon his return to Michigan, Gummer claimed Francis invited him to visit him when he traveled to Michigan for an appearance at Adiamo's celebrity showplace in February 2023, and he started with his bullshit about coming to Detroit and pretending to be a tough guy again.
Tell him I missed him at Adiamo's.
He's going back later next year. Wants me to come meet him there.
Just heard an interview with Michael F. on WWJ Radio about his upcoming trip to Adiamo's.
He asked me to meet him there. I said I'll think about it. I need a high-definition photographer for a day in the Detroit area. Should be in Detroit in a few days and then New York by the end of the month. I'll do some live streams in the D, so the haters can come see me in real time. I'll be doing some Facebook and YouTube live streams from Detroit, where we will be filming some footage for a TV series deal. Locations and all. I'll post days in advance so everyone knows when and where. Let's see who shows up.
I bet Mobster Chronicles or any other mobtubers won't show up to do shit.
If a mentally unstable YouTube stalker troll shows up and I feel threatened, you'll see how it ends. I'll be downtown, in the Eastern Market, Greektown, the usual spots.
There's a lesson.
I'm not hard to find.
Lesson to all.
Since Gummer the Papagallo kept squawking over and over again about coming to Detroit in mid-February, I made sure to drop by Andiamo's celebrity showroom in Warren, Michigan on February 18, 2023, when Michael Francis did his show, to see if he would try to sneak in, and then post a stupid video saying the mob trolls were afraid to come. And again, the mob dweeb didn't have the balls to show up.
See any of these bald-headed fucking pricks here. Fucking bald-headed guy right there.
And even as recent as April of this year, he said he was coming to Detroit.
I'll be staying with my boy Pat in a few weeks when I'm in the D for some filming. I can give a fuck less what a few geeks on YouTube think. I'll be in the D in 2 weeks. Let's see how many people show up to talk shit. I'll be in the D in 2 weeks filming, and broadcasting exactly where I'll be every day, all day.
Yeah, the D.
Let's see who shows up. I wouldn't give a fuck who it was. They can all eat a dick. I'll eat an assault case and take probation. Love to see that Jew weasel break his pencil neck. But I'll be in Detroit the 3rd week of May. So if any gangster trolls or mafioso wants to run up and tell me what I wasn't 30 years ago, or who I didn't know or work for 30 years ago, I'll be giving exact locations and times of where I'll be filming around the D.
Don't even know.
I invite anyone to drop by and tell me about my own life. We will get the whole thing on video.
These are just a few examples of Lindblom lying about coming to Detroit to confront people, and he has not once showed up. Gummer is the biggest windbag on YouTube, and is totally bitch-made, and I'm not wasting my time chasing Gummer again. And why would anyone want to meet up with a fucking stumble bum like Gummer? He's a non-entity, and an insignificant pissant who no one has ever heard of here in Detroit, so we just don't give two shits. Plus no one wants to see what stupid looks like in person. He's a stronzo and a source of amusement for us. I drop a video, and then we sit around and watch and laugh at what a lying pathetic clown he is. He's Stronzo the clown to us. And if he gets cute, then what? Nobody is willing to go to the can for putting a lump on that pointed head of his. I know I'm not, and neither are the people he constantly lies about knowing, being related to and having worked for, some of which are my friends. As much as we dislike Gummer, we don't co-sign or advocate any violence. So Gummer, have no fear. Come on down to Detroit and make a bigger asshole out of yourself than you already have. Act tough, talk tough, shovel some more bullshit and tell more lies, all the things we expect from a lying pathetic wannabe like you. You have our permission and we grant you safe passage to come to our town for a visit. But if you keep on selling wolf tickets, someone's going to buy one, and you'll get more than your ticket punched. You might want to save that bond money for an ER visit.
Huh?
Of our videos about Alan Gunnar Lindblom is to prove that almost nothing he says is the truth. And if he lies about so many things, even trivial things, how can anyone believe anything he says, or any stories he tells? He is without a doubt a compulsive and pathological liar with zero credibility now. And he thinks the people who interview him, and the viewers that watch
Mobster Chronicles breaking news.
Welcome to Mobster Chronicles. YouTube's biggest mob dweeb is at it again, bullshitting and lying and telling his fairy tales. This time, we caught him stepping in it on his Facebook page. And of course, we're going to have to slap him down again. Now, before we get to the video, take a close look at that corny ass hour thing clock to Gummer's right. Look how Detroit is spelled. He doesn't even notice this. What a dickhead. Anyway, without further delay, let's watch old Gummer Stillskin spin his fairy tale bullshit into comedy gold.
Gummer Stillskin, bro. Oh, shit. Yeah, I just made a fucking...
On January 7th, 2023, someone on Gummy's Facebook page asked him if he talked to Armand Assante about his role in the 1992 film, Hoffa, starring Jack Nicholson and Danny DeVito. Of course the asswipe never saw the movie, and didn't know that Assante appeared in it. What a clueless pinhead.
Assante played a great role in Hoffa.
What was his part? I don't remember. I don't think I ever saw it.
He played Carl D'Alessandro from the Detroit Partnership. I can't believe you haven't seen it, bro. It's an awesome movie. Jack Nicholson plays Hoffa. You gotta see it.
I'm not a fan of mob movies, bro. I like The Godfather, Goodfellas and Bronx Tale are decent. The cliches and stereotypes bother me. It's all so fake.
Hold on. So the internet's biggest mafia groupie, who wrote the embarrassingly corny and totally cliched mafia book, To Be a King, complete with a laughably stereotypical mafia book cover design, thinks Goodfellas or A Bronx Tale are just decent, and doesn't like mob movies because
the cliches and stereotypes bother me. It's all so fake.
Gummer the hypocrite has zero self-awareness. Let's continue.
But I did work security at a casino night at the Wolverine Golf Course owned by D'Alessandro. I remember there was a super hot chick working, and I couldn't take my eyes off her. I worked the door. A couple of celebrities I shall not name came in that night. A few judged and cops too.
Wait, what did he just say? Let's hear that again.
But I did work security at a casino night at the Wolverine Golf Course owned by D'Alessandro. But I did work security at a casino night at the Wolverine Golf Course owned by D'Alessandro.
So Gummer claims he worked a casino night at the Wolverine Golf Club for its owner Carl D'Alessandro. There are two problems with that. The first is, the Wolverine Golf Club was owned by brothers Jack and Sam Lucido, who were both alleged Detroit LCN associates, and not Carl D'Alessandro. And second, D'Alessandro never existed. He was a fictional character who was partially based on reputed Detroit Partnership Street boss Anthony Giacalone. Armand Asante's character Carl D'Alessandro is as real as Bigfoot, a unicorn, the Loch Ness Monster or the Tooth Fairy. Gummer has said multiple times that he worked for Jack Lucido.
When I worked occasionally for Tony Jack 30 years ago, or Jack Lucido, I stood at the door and worked security at the Hillcrest Wolverine and Gourmet House. I worked for Tony Jack Lucido.
So how is it possible that he didn't know that Jack was the owner of the Wolverine Golf Club, and thought Carl D'Alessandro was? Because he never knew, worked for, or met Jack Lucido, ever. And even more incredulous, how is it possible that Gummer knew and worked for a fictional character? It's not possible, and this proves yet again that Gummer is a pea-brained lying fuck and stumble bum, who's a compulsive and pathological liar with very serious mental issues, the likes that YouTube has rarely seen. Gummer is the epitome of the mob dweeb, mob dork and mafia groupie that he always accuses others of being. Shit, just look at his stupid ass. He's a genuine mob dweeb, in the flesh. He's not just a clown, he's the clown car chauffeur. So yeah, Lindblom is lying, again. And he's too stupid and careless to even be a good liar. And yeah, we caught him, again. Gummer, when are you ever going to learn, dumbass? We've got your number, and we've got our eyes on you.
Busted!
Of our videos about Alan Gunnar Lindblom is to prove that almost nothing he says.
This is fucking hilarious.
Mobster Chronicles.
Welcome to Mobster Chronicles. Do you remember the old Don't Do Drugs commercials that they used to show on TV in the 80s? Like this one, for example.
This is your brain. This is drugs. This is your brain on drugs. Any questions?
It looks like Gummer is blasted out of his gourd during this interview. He's sitting there, eyes half closed, with mascara rubbed all over his face like the old Ringling Brothers clown Emmett Kelly. Then he repeatedly guzzles what is probably Kratom, his drug of choice, per numerous sources that know him personally. Then he keeps gurning and gnashing his teeth, and then to top it off, he goes nose mining, on camera of course. We have a word for a person who exhibits this kind of behavior in Italian. Gavone. Here's more of Gummer doing whatever it is he's doing. If you figure it out, or what he's on, please drop a comment in the comment section of this video.
Funniest sound I ever heard, and I can't understand a single word. If he's serious or is he playing? Oh, mama, is all he said, Papa. I said, hey now, Papa, what's your name? Don't you dare tell me to say no way. The word you saying I can't figure out, but you got a sound make me snowman shout, Papa.
Don't be a Gummy the Pinhead. Don't do drugs.
You guys.
This Aussie producer paid bankrupt has-been Armand Asante to allow Gummer to spend the night at his home in New York last December.
Chronicles.
Asante probably had Gummer clean out his gutters, scrub the toilets and hand wash and wax his car as part of the deal. Or maybe he used him as a personal parking valet for the weekend, since he already has the outfit. And apparently Gummer's big TV deal isn't going so well, because he has started making stupid self-defeating videos and negative comments about Hollywood and the people that run it. His lack of self-control in conjunction with his big mouth don't make for intelligent negotiations or successful outcomes. Engage mouth, disengage brain, that's Gummer. In one video he did about what he calls Hollyweird, he basically blames his old pal Scott Bernstein and gay Hollywood agents that want to bend him over their desks for his books not being made into a movie or TV show.
Their studio execs hire their gay lovers and other perverts.
Now, I had somebody like this. Somebody, an ex-friend of mine, douchebag, you know who it is, who had the opportunity to present some IP, intellectual property, to some pretty big people, and they looked at everything that he had and were like, no thanks, because he's a schlep rock, and what he's selling isn't good. You're not going to see all these great movies from the past, iconic ones. None of them are true crime based. I guess Goodfellas is kind of true crime, but not really. So
Yeah,
he had the opportunity to go in front of these big players and say, hey, I know this guy Gunner who wrote these novels, these incredible books. The people comparing it to The Godfather, they're saying it's even better than The Godfather. You should check them out. Nope, no thanks, and I'm out. In Hollywood, you can't infiltrate that inner circle with those 50 agents, right? A lot of them are motivated by sex, for example.
People calling it.
A lot of them are say homosexual.
Better than
And
The Godfather.
if you're not a
Yeah.
homosexual and
Comparing
not
it.
willing to do favors, then
God.
I won't even look at your material. So let's say that 30% of it.
We all know that if some Hollywood agent whipped it out, Gummy would blow the saxophone to get a movie or TV deal. He isn't fooling anyone with his feigned indignation. We are no fans of Hollywood by a long shot, nor are we part of the woke mob, but why not get the always offended about everything going at Gummer too? Just this past summer, Gummer was panhandling and grifting for funding for another ridiculous TV series called The Syndicate.
Waiting on funding. Also, we are looking for funding for this show. If we get a pilot made, I can 99% guarantee I can get it sold to Mob TV. We are looking for funding. If you like to be part of the production team
God.
and help raise some money, you will get a percentage of the whole thing.
Oh God.
And you probably guessed it,
I've heard-
nothing ever came of this. Except there may have been a few people with lighter wallets if they invested in this fake TV show fiasco. He also claims that there is a reality show that some nobody producer wants him to star in, which will also include these guys as part of the cast.
Might end up hosting a life makeover reality show called Organized Grime, where me and my crew of misfit ex-con experts come into your home and perform life interventions.
Oh God.
From your relationships and spirituality to your environment, to work and finances, we figure out the issue, make a plan, and execute life change.
Look at these clowns. This looks like a real winner right here. If Gummer can't get a movie or TV deal, he can always try his hand at voice acting in cartoons, or doing sound effects.
Boom! And just blasts this dude point blank range. Pow, 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 a couple more shots. That's what I'm saying. I'm getting at. Like, so, pow, 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 and I run, and bam, hit my leg, and I trip, pow, pow, fired a couple rounds, and it jammed. And I pulled my gun, pow, 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 fired back and ran. So he's got a bottle, and he starts circling around me. He's like, what's up? What's up? And he flinching, and then he's like, what's up? Boom! And so as soon as he threw it, I mean, I was like, bam! I just drilled his ass. So I like jumped on top of him. It was like, pow, 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 pow. Just wrecked him up, smashed his face up pretty bad. Out of the blue, I just feel, boom! I get cracked in the back of the head. But like, bam! And it hits me so hard, I catch myself in the car because it spun me around. Bam! And I see a baseball bat, the end of it, the broken wood Louisville, bouncing down the street. I'll never forget the sound.
Yeah,
of it.
came he's around
The sound of wood bouncing down the
these
street.
parts anymore.
Somebody just tried to kill me with a bat and crack. Luckily, I got a hard head. Boom! And then in my mind, at that moment,
Oh, brain damage. That could explain what's his
like
deal.
death right now. So I just grabbed him. Mother effer, you tried to kill me. Smashing his head off the ground.
Something cracked me in the back of the head. Hard.
Yo, tell me that shit didn't sound like some fucking little kid playing with G.I. Joes, like kapow, kapoof, gotcha, boom, 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 boom. Yeah. Oh my God.
Bam! Imagine squeezing somebody by the throat as hard as you can. That's what I was doing. Smashing him out the concrete. So I'm on top of this dude trying to choke him out with everything I got. This boy start freaking kicking me. Get off, get off. Yeah, kicking me. One hits me with a bottle, breaks the bottle over my face.
One of them smashes a bottle off my face. Shatters it. Man, I'm covered in beer and freaking blood. And
a guy, one of them, comes running over with a 2x4, big freaking 2x4. Second, I see this 2x4 coming. He came down across the back of my hamstring. It got me, bam! And so, it tore my hamstring like off the bone. And I'm just drenched in blood. So I jump on my Ninja and I drive freaking halfway across town like a maniac. Get there. So I jumped on my crotch rocket Ninja and drive freaking 110 miles an hour down I-94.
Okay, we've seen enough. He looks like such an asshole. It's almost painful to watch. Doesn't this buffoon ever watch any of his own videos? Or is he really that oblivious? He literally looks retarded. He looks like Zippy the Pinhead's cousin, Gummy the Pinhead. Gummy, here's my keys. Go park my car, Pinhead.
I just got really paid to come that.
Coming soon. Gummer the homophobic anti-Semitic racist rears his ugly pointed head in a video, and we will start to expose Gummer as the pathetic lying rat fuck that we all know he is. And just to be perfectly clear, he didn't snitch on anyone in the Detroit mob, because he doesn't know anyone to rat on, or anything to rat about. We are just waiting for additional court documents on Lindblom. We also haven't forgotten that we owe Marv Fat her own video, for poking her beak into our business, ratting people out to YouTube and having their comments removed, and for putting out that bullshit video she did on Al Clownzo's family tree.
Mobster Chronicles breaking news.
From Gunner
Welcome to
Gummer.
Mobster Chronicles. This video will be the first video in a new series of shorts that we will be posting, which will focus on Gummer's propensity to tell lies, fables and fairy tales, like no one on YouTube can. This new series of short videos will be titled Gummer's Fraudulent Fairy Tales. We hope you enjoy them as much as we do making them.
Yo, bro, not for nothing, but I am taking credit for that Gummer. I started calling him that when Bofa and this dude started coming around, and that shit stuck. That shit's hilarious to me. Nothing worse than a fucking...
Last summer, we posted a video titled Gunnar Lindblom's lying locations after we caught Gummer bullshitting about the size and value of his grandfather's house in Grosse Pointe Park, Michigan. A couple of weeks after we dropped our video, he posted this on his community page in a futile attempt to cover his lies.
Strange seeing the house I grew up in as a kid in Grosse Pointe. Neighborhood still looks the same, minus the huge Dutch elms that once lined the street. This home today is probably a $400,000 or more.
Numbnuts. That's not what you said a few years ago.
So he built this house as a wedding gift for my grandparents and handed it to him for $1. That's what a G he was. Now here's the modern day equivalent of about $1 million house. They gave him this big, beautiful house worth about $1 million today for $1.
My grandpa had a $2 million house. They had a beautiful home in Grosse Pointe. My grandparents lived in Grosse Pointe, Michigan. Today, my old house that I lived in, it's probably a 4,000 square foot,
nice big colonial. I mean, I guess our house probably would be like modern day equivalent of $3 million or something like that. It'll be it was pretty nice house. It's expensive. Like that house in a regular area would only be like $800,000, but because it's in Grosse Pointe, it's like $3 million.
For the record, Gummer's grandfather's house, located at 926 Lake Point Street in Grosse Pointe Park, Michigan, contains 1,914 square feet and has an estimated market value of $355,500 as of July 2023. That's about twice the size and 3 times the value of the rented shack in northern Michigan that Gummer and his wife Ma Fat live in now. But wait, there's more.
My great-grandfather, on my grandma's side, Pietro Ledo, gave the house to my grandparents as a wedding gift. He died at age 93, made millions of dollars in construction, and never spoke a word of English.
His great-grandfather's name was Pietro Leto, not Lido, and he died at 89 years of age, not 93. And he did speak English according to the 1920 and 1930 US Census records shown here. Just more of Gummer talking out of his ass. This video again demonstrates that truth and accuracy is as foreign a concept to him as proper diction, punctuation, spelling and grammar. Nothing he says is the truth, or correct, or backed by any facts or based in any reality. Lindblom is quite possibly the most prolific liar, bullshit artist and all-around dumbshit that ever started a YouTube channel. And he lies about the most inconsequential things that nobody gives two shits about. And as long as he lies, and bullshits and scams people, and especially if he shit talks and dry snitches about anyone allegedly in the Detroit mob, we will continue to expose him. Stay tuned for the next episode in our series on Alan Gunnar Lindblom, teller of lies, and the biggest mob dweeb on YouTube.
I'm going to put this channel, the link in the chat. They got tons of videos. And they're all
Breaking news.
good.
Welcome to Mobster Chronicles. This video is part 2 of Gummy's grandpa's mansion, where we will quash, dispel, debunk, and thoroughly and unequivocally disprove once and for all Gummer's ridiculous lies about non-existent tunnels in his grandparents' Grosse Pointe, Michigan home. So, sit back and enjoy the ass-kicking Gummer has coming. In our video titled Gunner's Lying Locations, you saw Al Clownzo Lindblom lie and bullshit about scary and creepy tunnels that ran from his grandfather's house in Grosse Pointe Park, Michigan to the Detroit River.
Growing up, we all lived in this little neighborhood in Grosse Pointe. During Prohibition, they stashed a lot of alcohol and booze down in these tunnels. Like the house that I grew up, for instance, in had a secret tunnel that connected to, it was the cellar. It actually made it on the news 2020 and a special of 2020 where they talked about this, how somebody was taking our house and redesigning the basement and like fixing up the cellar, moved the shelving unit, and bang, found a hidden tunnel. And that tunnel led to another tunnel that led to another tunnel that led to this Alta Road Canal.
The Alta Road Canal is actually called the Fox Creek Canal, and it runs from the mouth of the Detroit River inland along Alta Road in Detroit, as shown in this illustration.
And that canal led down to the Detroit River, where the bootlegger would sneak alcohol in at night in boats, come down the canal, unload it in this warehouse.
Some had tunnels connecting to each other, and a lot of it, the money came up through Prohibition. They made millions and millions of dollars in Prohibition, and had tunnels that would connect to canal a couple blocks over, and then they bring the high-end liquors in from Canada, or they'd take boats across in the summer, and then they'd unload them into these boat houses, which had tunnels going to various houses, including ours.
That warehouse connected to several tunners, and that's where all the booze was kept, and it went to our house. I found the tunnels when I was a kid playing in there, so I remember them. They're spooky, they were dark and creepy. I didn't like going in them, but they were fun to play in.
We already showed the logistical improbabilities that a tunnel running between two cities and under multiple streets would pose. They did not exist, and we clearly proved he's just lying in that video. And the most damning fact dispelling the tunnel lie is that Gummer's grandfather's house wasn't even built until 1953, 20 years after Prohibition ended. But now Gummer has started his tunnel bullshit again, and has now come up with the outrageous lie that his grandfather's house had a tunnel that was pre-existing when his house was built. One of our crew sent me this comment that Gummer wrote on July 21, 2023.
We had a tunnel on our basement that rumor had went to the canal on Alta. It was a place they snuck in booze. The original home was torn down, and a new one put up, but the tunnel was still there. Creepy.
Warning! Warning! Bullshitter alert! Bullshitter alert!
Well, I
The
need that.
clown just doesn't learn, so here we go. This is a copy of the 1930 census for Grosse Pointe Park, Michigan, which clearly shows that the area where 926 Lake Point Street, where Lindblom's grandfather's house is located, was all vacant land, and the only houses that existed in 1930 in that specific spot on Lake Point was 946 Lake Point Street, which was built in 1923, and 904 Lake Point, which was built in 1927. The area between these two houses was vacant land. There was no house built at 926 Lake Point in 1930. Just to be thorough, here are the 6 houses, including Gummer's grandpa's mansion, that now occupy the land that was vacant in 1930. 910 Lake Point was built in 1935, 916 Lake Point was built in 1936, 922 Lake Point was built in 1939, Gummy's grandpa's house at 926 Lake Point was built in 1953, 932 Lake Point was built in 1940, and 938 Lake Point was built in 1936. This is conclusive and irrefutable proof that there never was any tunnel at Lindblom's grandfather's Grosse Pointe home, nor was there a house located at that location during Prohibition, and that he is a compulsive and pathological liar, the likes of which we have rarely ever seen. So Gummer, you stupid fat bald pointy-headed clown, there were no tunnels at your Gramps' house, period. You and Marfat need to give it up, Pinhead. This video again demonstrates that truth and accuracy is as foreign a concept to him as proper diction, punctuation, spelling and grammar. Nothing he says is the truth, or correct, or backed by any facts or based in any reality. Lindblom is quite possibly the most prolific liar, bullshit artist and all-around dumbshit that ever started a YouTube channel. And he lies about the most inconsequential things, things that nobody gives two shits about. And as long as he lies, and bullshits and scams people, and especially if he shit talks and dry snitches about anyone allegedly in the Detroit mob, we will continue to expose him. Stay tuned for the next episode in our series on Alan Gunnar Lindblom, teller of lies, and the biggest mob dweeb on YouTube. Mobster Chronicles is a syndicate of mob enthusiasts and insiders who present unique, fact-based videos, interviews and
Mobster Chronicles breaking news. Mobster Chronicles breaking news.
Welcome to Mobster Chronicles. Welp, Gummer is at it again, lying about ever meeting, knowing or working for alleged Detroit Street boss Anthony Giacalone. So, without further delay, let's watch a lying scumbag be a lying scumbag. A couple of days ago, Lindblom wrote this intro for a video he posted about a trip to Las Vegas he supposedly went on in the 90s.
Like my old mob boss uncle, through marriage, Anthony Tony Jack Giacalone, taught me when I was 10, gambling was a sucker's move.
He also said the same thing in the video.
And, I was taught all my life not to gamble. It's a sucker's bet. Tony Jack taught me how to play poker. And when he did that, he's like, be the house. You can be the house. Him and my uncle Nicky taught me together on my birthday with a bunch of my cousins. And they showed me how to play poker in the game, whatever. But he also still, we was cutting the pots and he was saying, see, look how much money I got. I didn't play a hand. Only suckers bet, don't bet.
Liar. For those of you who don't know how ridiculous this bullshit is, how Anthony Giacalone would never ever even look at a total loser, drug bag and fucking clown like Gummer, here is a little sample of how serious a man, a real man of respect, that Anthony Giacalone was.
They may have been the smallest, but they were easily one of the most successful mafia families left in America until today.
You're saying you guys are big players in the mafia. Is that true?
Your father is.
First, I see that Gummy wiped the shit off his face that he had on it in our last video. Now all he needs to do is wipe it off his lips after spewing so much bullshit 24/7. You just heard him say that when he was 10 years old, Tony Jack taught him to play poker on his birthday, and that gambling was for suckers.
Jack taught me how to play poker. And when he did that, he's like, you know, be the house. You can be the house. Him and my uncle Nicky taught me together on my birthday.
But that is an impossibility, because 1, Gummer never ever met Tony Giacalone, or knew him or worked for him. Ever. And 2, as evidenced in this newspaper article, on January 15, 1979, Anthony Giacalone left his home in Miami, Florida, to begin serving a 10-year prison sentence for income tax evasion at the federal prison in Atlanta, Georgia. After serving 7 years, he was released in January 1986, and then returned to his home in Miami, Florida as shown in this newspaper article. Alclonzo Lindblom was born from his mother's ass on April 5, 1973, which means he would be 10 in 1983. So how did Tony Giacalone teach Gummer that gambling was bad when he was 10 years old, when Giacalone was in prison until Gummer was 13, and then he lived in Miami after he got out? The answer, he didn't. Gummer is lying, again. And we caught him, again. And Gummer expects us to actually believe that Tony Giacalone, in his mid-60s, a family man of dignity and respect, attended Gummer's birthday party where he taught a bunch of children how to gamble. Tony Giacalone loved children and even demonstrated this when one of his last wishes was that donations be made to St. Jude's Children's Hospital in lieu of flowers at his funeral. The very thought that he would corrupt a child is not only beyond ridiculous, it is an insult to his memory and his family. Alclonzo, shut the fuck up, and keep this man's name out of your big fucking blowhole, you pointy-headed clown. This video again demonstrates that truth and accuracy is as foreign a concept to him as proper diction, punctuation, spelling and grammar. Nothing he says is the truth, or correct, or backed by any facts or based in any reality. Lindblom is quite possibly the most prolific liar, bullshit artist and all-around dumb shit that ever started a YouTube channel. And he lies about the most inconsequential things, things that nobody gives two shits about. And as long as he lies.
A little introduction to the dude we were just fucking watching all this shit on. Here's the beginning of fucking this ridiculous dude. I'll be right back.
Welcome to Mobster Chronicles. The following video is quite comprehensive and contains a lot of information, which might get a little confusing at times, so I'll explain things as we go along. Now, without further delay, please enjoy the video.
Okay, so Black Bill Toko, he had a son who was Black Jack Toko.
Yep, Giacomo Black Jack Toko. So that he would be my I was talking about William Black Bill Toko. His first cousin is my great grandfather, but they were raised as brothers. They both came from Sicily when they were very young. The one's father was killed in Sicily in a mob vendetta in Sicily.
Warning! Warning! Bullshitter alert! Bullshitter alert!
This is Lindblom's great-great-grandfather Pietro Tocco, who immigrated to St. Louis, Missouri in 1900. This is a transcript of Pietro's U.S. entry document, his second trip to the U.S. This document shows his sons Paolo, Salvatore and Pietro Jr. were already residing in St. Louis by 1910. This is a transcript of the 1920 U.S. Census, which shows Pietro and his wife Angelina living in St. Louis. Pietro and his family moved to Detroit in 1925, where he died of pneumonia on November 16, 1928, at 64 years of age. He was not murdered in a mob vendetta in Sicily. This is a transcript of Pietro's Michigan death record. And this is a copy of Pietro's death certificate, showing again he was not murdered in Sicily.
He was sent here, and he was raised by his aunt, but the aunt said, "This is your brother," because they were so young, they never told him. And then they were like 21 years old before that he even learned that they weren't even real brothers, which would be my great-grandfather.
Bullshit! Lindblom's great-grandfather Salvatore Sam Tocco was born in Sicily on July 27, 1888 to Pietro and Angelina. He immigrated to St. Louis, Missouri on April 6, 1906 to live with his parents.
They did a thorough-ass job.
This is a transcript of Salvatore's U.S. immigration records, which shows that his father is Pietro. This is a transcript of Salvatore's World War I draft record. And this is an actual copy of Salvatore's World War I draft card. This is a transcript of the 1920 U.S. Census, which shows Salvatore as a widower and living with his brother Paolo and his wife Stella, with his two children Peter Paul and Angelina. This is a side-by-side comparison image of Pietro in the 1920 census and Salvatore's World War I draft record. Notice the addresses are 815 and 817 Wash Street, St. Louis, Missouri. William Vito Tocco, aka Black Bill, was born in Terracini, Sicily on February 13, 1897 and immigrated to Detroit, Michigan in 1911, and settling into Detroit's Lower East Side's Italian neighborhoods near the Detroit River. William Tocco enlisted in the U.S. Army in 1917, and fought on the battlefields of Germany during World War I, earning him his U.S. citizenship on July 11, 1922. Let's recap what we've learned so far. Fact number 1, William Tocco and Lindblom's great-grandfather Salvatore were not cousins. Fact number 2, Salvatore's father Pietro was not murdered in Sicily when Salvatore was a child. He died in Detroit in 1928 of pneumonia when Salvatore was 40 years old. Fact number 3, William and Salvatore were not sent to the U.S. as children and were not raised together as brothers. That would have been impossible. Sam was 9 years older than William, and immigrated to St. Louis, Missouri in 1906, at 18 years of age, while William Tocco immigrated to Detroit, Michigan 4 years later, in 1910 at 13 years of age. Two cities, 550 miles apart.
But back in like 1932, his name was Joe, he was murdered.
Liar. Joe Tocco was not his great-grandfather. We have already conclusively established that his name was Salvatore and he was not murdered in Detroit in 1932. He died at 80 years of age on November 27, 1968 in Detroit. This is a copy of Salvatore's obituary, that was published in the Detroit News on November 27, 1968.
Murdered. And this is an interesting story. He was killed while Black Bill was in prison. Now everybody assumed that the killer would get his when Black Bill came out, that he was going to kill him.
Bullshit. This is Joe Tocco, who was murdered in 1938, not 1932, when William Tocco was in prison for tax evasion. He is not Lindblom's great-grandfather. More lies, more bullshit. Another recap. Lindblom's great-great-grandfather Pietro was not murdered in Sicily. He died of pneumonia in 1928 in Detroit. Lindblom's great-grandfather's name was Salvatore, and he was not murdered in 1932. He died in Detroit in 1968 at 80 years of age. Lindblom's great-grandfather was not Joe Tocco.
And instead of that, what happened was Black Bill, I don't know the particulars of the story, but Black Bill didn't kill him. And that was a very touchy subject with my grandfather. I couldn't bring it up. My grandpa was Peter Paul Tocco. My mother was Grace Tocco. And I couldn't talk to him about it. So, you know, he's like, yeah, I don't talk about it. We never talked about it in our house. But whatever it was, the fact that Black Bill didn't kill the killer of his father never rested well.
Bullshitter alert!
Lindblom's grandfather, Peter Paul Tocco, was born in St. Louis, Missouri on September 12, 1915, to Salvatore and Grace, and moved with his family to Detroit, Michigan in 1925. This is Peter Paul Tocco's World War II draft registration card. This is a side-by-side comparison of Peter Paul's draft card and Pietro's death certificate. Take note of the address, 2950 Sherman Street, Detroit. It appears on both documents. This is Lindblom's family tree on his personal and public Ancestry.com account. He knows that Salvatore Tocco, aka Sam, was his great-grandfather, not Joe, and that he wasn't murdered in 1932. This is Lindblom's wife Maria's family tree on her personal and public Ancestry.com account. At least she has the right Sam Tocco on her tree, dumbass has the wrong guy. Let's do a final recap by viewing Lindblom's family tree starting with Gunnar himself, then going backwards through the generations. Here we have Alan Gunnar Lindblom himself. This is his mother Grace Tocco Lindblom. And this is her obituary. This is Grace's father Peter Paul. And this is his obituary. This is Peter Paul's father Salvatore. And this is his obituary. This is Salvatore's father Pietro. This is his death record. And his death certificate. This is Detroit mob underboss William Tocco. He is not related to Salvatore, and they were not raised together as brothers. This is bootlegger Joe Tocco. He is not related to William or Salvatore. This is a side-by-side comparison of Lindblom's grandfather Peter Paul's draft card, Peter Paul's father Salvatore's draft record, and Salvatore's father Pietro's death certificate. Look at the addresses. Yes, they all clearly state 2950 Sherman Street, Detroit. Folks, you just heard it straight from Lindblom's own mouth. 13 lies in 70 seconds of actual talking. He's more full of shit than an outhouse. Our final conclusions are: Alan Gunnar Lindblom is in no way related to or affiliated with anyone in the Detroit mob. Period.
Busted!
Nope. No, it's definitely not. Silly fucking Sunday fucking shenanigans on a Monday. But anyways, dude, I'm hungry. Yeah, I killed the fucking cereal. Anyway, so what you guys want to talk about? What you guys want to do? Grab the link, fucking come on up, bullshit if you want. Yep, excuse me. Oh shit. Okay. I don't always forget to hit send. I don't know. So what do you guys think? Dude, there's a lot of those fucking, phonies and frauds, the fake it till you make it type of fucking fake it because you never was it type of shit. Or it's like Thomas the Train, I think I can, I think I can. Whatever analogy. Anyways, this is surf. And you guys watch Godfather of Harlem? Like I said, I just finished watching that shit. Not bad. Just not factual at all. We're due for another good show somewhere. Like good. Really good. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Sorry about that. Another 20 seconds. I'm gonna have to grab some food out of the microwave. Eat something real quick. Because again, I'm fucking able to put on weight. If I can eat. If I can eat, I can eat. Give me like 2-3 minutes to eat something real quick. Actually, I gotta wait for this shit to cool down some, so don't worry about it. I'm chilling for a minute. Anyways. Damn, why I put it on for that long? Oh, shit. Stoned is the way that I walk. I wonder when they came up with card tin and started using it. Yeah. Oh, shit. MRE's got to wear fucking tints on his sunglasses just so no one sees him. He ordered an invisibility cloak from HarryPotterMerch.com. Sorry, I'm almost done. Okay. Sorry about that. But I was fucking hungry. So we just had to murder out some steak and potato soup with some crackers. Anyways. Daniel, why you guys so talkative tonight? What the fuck? What the fuck is up? So, damn, I haven't had a cup of strawberry milk in forever. Wow. Well, I leave it up to you, fine ladies and gentlemen, to pick a subject to talk about or grab the link and start a fucking conversation. He's usually in Gunsmoke's Farewell and K-Mac, if you're wondering. You need to get a message to him. No comments, no nothing. All right, you let me know. Just kick back. Big part of quitting smoking cigarettes is getting rid of being bored. Boredom. Anybody's got anything to say, man, feel free to say it. Speak up. All I hear is crickets. Oh, I'm on. I'm on for a little while. Why? What's up? Hanging out for a little while. Wish I had better munchies. But I do have to take a piss and be right back. I don't know. I don't know. I know she said yesterday her daughter's been hanging out there a lot. Probably not the they're probably going through fucking unimaginable fucking shit right now. It's rough towards the end, man. It really is. But she knows that she needs a place to hang out, get her mind off shit and whatnot. That at least all me and a few other people are always here for her. I gotta adjust the screen. Much better. Much better. Yeah, I've seen my fair share, but I'll tell you what, watching a loved one rot away and deteriorate to nothing is probably one of the hardest things. She really is. She's genuinely a good person. And, can't say a bad word about anyone. You can trust. No, she's fucking. She's a genuinely good person. Right? No joke, Mark. No joke. she's, genuine and fucking, a person who is a true friend, I would say. Yeah, you would be incredibly and it sucks too, because I know she's really, really going through it. I can hear it in her voice and just the way, she's been sharing stuff with us. So, I know I don't need to say it, but, when she does come in, let her know that you care. Like I said. And don't forget that dude, Chad. I got to call and see what's going on with him and his son. Hopefully, nothing too fucking crazy. And there's good news, Just shows, man. Shit can happen fucking to anyone at any time. Yeah, need more syrup. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Mark. I don't give a shit whether fucking people come in here anymore or not. That dude, definitely keep him in your thoughts and prayers, man. His kid's 27 years old and has a brain tumor. They don't know if it's malignant or not yet, but they have to remove it. All right. Anybody wants to come up and bullshit, feel free. But, like I said, come on late night to bullshit and have some fun. I ain't fucking here to gossip and all that shit. I ain't got nothing for you with that shit. So, I don't know, man. Sorry, my brain just went to fucking different avenues of making some money. In different ways. And the best way to do it, I don't know. That's where my mind wanders off to. Where's everyone else's mind wander off? Anyways. Damn, motherfuckers. Don't comment so much. It's so hard for me to fucking keep up. Oh, man. I just dropped my fucking blunt in strawberry milk. Weak. Fucking half a blunt just gone. I think that was the last of my fucking weed. No. Shit is that? Kind of shit is that? Bullshit. Son of a bitch. God damn. Now I'm gonna just find something for us to talk about. What we got? The fuck?
Now for something truly wonderful. The love you have for family and art transformed into meaningful keepsakes and gifts. Listen to Graffiti.
The Joe Rogan experience.
Was there the fear that you entering into professional tournaments would knock your gambling?
Know that you by this time everyone knew. I mean, it didn't take long before a few trips I went by my middle name. Yeah, because there were magazines that you could see what's going on around the country.
Right.
You just might not get a picture or a video of it or whatever. So you start to hear names. So like first time I went to California, I did that actually, and it worked out nice. So
What did you do? You just use a different name?
well, it's a funny story, and I think he can laugh about it now. But Marcus Shimada is right from Sweden. So there was a guy that was staking him, and it's a lot of other great players, and he was big action. The guy was, and I knew Marcus was out there, and so I'm in hard times. I think I told you about this the other day with Keith, but the only two people in the hard times that knew me, all right, was Keith and Jose Perica, all right? So everyone else didn't know who I was. So Marcus Shimada is standing next to two other guys that I know play but won't play kind of thing. So I go up and I ask those two guys, I was like, one of y'all want to play some, $50 or $100 sets of 9-ball, knowing Marcus is going to just jump right on me. You know what I mean? Like he's right next to him. So long story short, that happened. And, but I introduced myself as Tyler, my middle name, like I just did, so we start playing. He beats me a set for 100 playing even. I quit. He offers me the 8, beats me a set for 200. I quit. Now he offers me the 7. So now his stake horse starts coming over near me. Because Marcus is just stealing this little 4 or 500. Ain't got nothing to do with a stake horse. You know what I mean? It's just like pocket money. So now his stake horse comes over and he's kind of interested in the game. And he says he'll give you the 7, but you got to bet, everything you got. I got like 25 or 30,000 on me. You wouldn't know it, but I do. So I can't pull out 25 or 30,000. They're going to know something's up. So me and my buddy, we talked for a second. So we end up pulling out like 4,500. So we play for a little bit. And we're playing 7 ahead. We were playing a race to 7 for the 100 and 200, right? So now he thinks he's stealing because the way I played in the other 2 sets, what I'm saying? So he just comes out like gangbusters. He got me like 4 games down. I'm talking to my buddy. I'm like, man, this is sick.
I'm talking about games in 9-ball.
So finally I get a shot and I start to run out. Now I'm starting to run out. And so his stake horse sits there and he says, man, ain't this something? He says, we thought we were stealing. It looks real bad now. So I beat him that set. So now at hard times, you've been there, right? In LA?
Yeah, Bellflower.
Yeah. So they got the player side, right, with the tight tables, and they got the looser tables. Well, he had me on the looser tables thinking, I'm just a sucker, So he says, the stake horse says, double the bet, and we'll give you the 8 on the tight tables. Right. So this is like really good for me. Now I'm getting a spot on even a tougher table. So I beat him that set. But during that second set, a friend of mine had built me a cue and sent it out to the guy that ran the tournaments in LA, right? So I'm going by Tyler. And this guy walks up and he says, real loud, he says, are you Jeremy Jones?
Oh, no.
He said, if you are, I got a cue for you, And I was like, no, I ain't Jeremy. Because I'm in the middle of this $9,000 set playing, So I said, no, I ain't Jeremy Jones, and I just sent him on his way. And then the next day when I came in, Mark knew who I was. And, everyone spilled the beans kind of thing. I go tell the guy, all right, that's my cue and everything. So
was he mad at you?
No, not at all. He understood. It's kind of like a funny story around there now, I think. But Marcus was mad at me for a little while.
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
Oh, yeah, because he was European, And it was just kind of like, if someone got me like that, it's going to sting, but it's going to be more like, all right, touche kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? Later on, we're going to laugh about it and stuff. But it took It's almost like if you first beat
Where's
Everett,
the ones
he walks
I'm
by
looking
you,
for?
he don't say much to you for about a month or two. Really? Oh yeah, he's got to let that wear off a little bit. It took Marcus probably about a decade before it was bad. Yeah.
So when he beat you the first two sets even, were you hustling a little?
Well, I might not have put forth my
There
best effort, but he
it is.
played real good. You know what I mean? He was just, all right, let me pick up this 400 or 500 get out of here.
Trying to set something up?
Well, I thought, I'm definitely not trying to win for 200. You know what I mean? Like his steak
They
horse.
cut all
I was
of it?
actually, after that trip, became a real good friend of mine. You know, at that time, he was known, you could beat him out of 40 and 50, 1,000, right? So you're not going to start off doing anything like that for 200.
So when you first start playing, you play good, but you're not really bearing down.
Right.
Okay. There's the joke.
Understanding that they're very, very necessary. And one of the things that people found is that as soon as crime starts fucking scaling up, in every city, people are calling for the cops. Even politicians in San Francisco that were actively saying we should defund the police. They were tweeting we should defund the police. Then the crime starts kicking up. They're like, we can't even get the cops to come out. Like, why do you think that is? That's crazy. Maybe it's because you defunded them. I mean, you're out of your fucking mind. Like, do you think that somehow or another having less police equals less crime? Like, that's the dumbest scenario. Like, what do you think everybody's going to kumbaya on you? No, you're just going to embolden criminals and you're going to terrify people. And then things are going to scale worse and worse. And if you keep doing the same thing to try to fix it, it's never going to get better. And that's what you're seeing in Portland. That's what you're seeing in San Francisco. It just keeps getting worse and it's chaotic.
You ever go to a fucking club, and they're playing like disco music, and all of a sudden some fat fuck like me yells, "Put on Skinner," and nobody listens. Like people like that idiot. When I heard the term "debunk the police," that's what it felt like.
Defund the police, yeah.
Defund the police. Put on Skinner.
Yeah.
Until people started saying that's a great idea. And you're like, what the fuck? And that's what was going on. Too many people were yelling, "Put on Skinner," with different ideas at that point.
Yeah.
And you're like, what do you mean? Dog, listen, let's get something straight. You're going to hear this from me one fucking time. I was born a nice kid. Somewhere along the line, I lost my fucking way. Somewhere along the line, when you suffer a traumatic experience when you're a young man, you stay stuck for a few years. Or a young woman, you stay stuck. That's why women become, they become, what is that word?
Prostitutes?
No. When you like to fuck, the proximity, whatever that fucking word.
Nymphomaniacs?
No, that's not the
Promiscuous.
word. Promiscuous.
Oh.
When you suffer a dad or a mom or a grandmother you were tight with, you get stalled for a couple of years. I'm not making excuses. These are all proven things. You can read this shit. You just don't grow until the reality comes to you of what happened. You're still in shock when your mom dies or your father dies. And somewhere along the line, I went off the rails. And I'm sorry for that. I never disrespected the cops. And all the stories I tell you.
There's a lot of people that hated Kennedy, right? Like, that was one of the things about when he got assassinated. There was a lot of people that were very happy.
That's one of the kinkiest things in our history.
Oh, my God.
Who was happy?
For sure, the Republicans. There was a lot of Republicans that did not like him. It was after the Bay of Pigs. There was a lot going on with him, and he had all this talk about secret societies, the being abhorrent, and that he wanted to expand the CIA. That motherfucker wanted to get us out of Vietnam. Like, Kennedy was a different cat. He was a different cat, and for all of his sexual proclivities and all the documented things of him being a freak, they're all freaks. That's why those people became presidents in the first place. That's why they wanted power. They were men who wanted power. And men who wanted power were all like your stereotypical.
All right, we're going to talk about the Kennedy assassination. This dude was talking to a CIA guy for like 18 minutes about this shit.
Hello, freak bitches. So speaking of Citizen Kane and Orson Welles and conspiracies, last night I rewatched the episode of Geraldo Rivera's Good Night America when they introduced the Zapruder, because Dick Gregory just died. Yeah. They introduced the Zapruder film to the American public.
Oh, shit, my bad.
Speaking of that, they just Dick Gregory just died.
Yeah.
They introduced this Zapruder film to the American public 13 years or 12 years after Kennedy's assassination. And then I went and read that paper, the articles that was printed a couple of weeks ago that you even tweeted about it, about the CIA questioning the official story of the JFK assassination.
Yeah, that was interesting, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Zapruder
As a
film.
CIA guy, what do you think about that?
Well, first of all, that Zapruder film, that's the most watched piece of film in history of film.
Is it really?
Which is really interesting. Yeah, it was interesting that as typical with a lot of these things, the headline doesn't necessarily actually match once you get into the body of the story. But the idea being that the agency had some concerns over the idea that perhaps Cuba was behind the assassination, or the Russians to some degree, or more likely in a combination of the two. Look, I think, do I think that he could have taken that shot? Yeah. It was not. It was not. I've been up in that book depository from that point, from that vantage point. We did a story on the whole issue, the conspiracy theory, and what could have happened. And we tried to find some new witnesses. And could he have made that shot? Yeah, it was a straightforward effort with someone who had some training. He was he wasn't the world's best shot, but he had sufficient training to make that shot. Now that's separate from his motivations and any potential support that he may have gotten during the course of that. And I think that he, in his mind, he genuinely felt that this was going to get him into the revolution, right? That this was he had had a very unhappy experience in Russia when he was over there living, came back, saw what was happening in Cuba, desperately wanted to be part of that. Took an unexplained trip down to Mexico, which could well have been in an effort to find somebody who could support his desire to take some sort of action, whether he had formed in his mind that's what he was going to do at the time or not. So, is there still a possibility that the Cubans, which would the intel service there would have had to file on him? I mean, it's a very, very well-known quantity, obviously, by that time for the Russians. The Russians were solely responsible for training up the Cuban intel service. So there's a massive file on him, and they knew, who they were dealing with. They knew his weaknesses. They knew his motivations. They knew what to do in terms of trying to get leverageable, information on him. So I think that the jury's still out. I'm not a conspiracy guy, but I think there's enough there that says, yes, it's kind of like what we're talking about with climate change. I believe this, but this also could be true. So I think he could have taken that shot for sure, and succeeded. I think it's also possible that he may have had the encouragement of, in particular, the Cuban intel service through the Russians. Because at that time, in particular, they didn't do anything. The Cubans didn't do anything without the Russians' support, blessings, and direction. So that is entirely possible. Do I think that there were a variety of other things at play? Did they help him get the weapon? Was there actual logistical support in there? I don't think so, but maybe. Yeah, it's a fascinating thing, and again, nobody wants to think that something that impactful could have been just one guy who had a dream about being a hero of the revolution. They just it's such an awful thing to think about. You want something bigger. You want something more behind it.
I don't. I just think
I will
it's
say
fucking.
The one thing that I think there was something else too was the MLK issue of Martin Luther King assassination.
Well, let's get to that for sure. But here's the thing about the Lee Harvey Oswald assassination. A lot of people think that there was people in the grassy knoll and that they shot at the president and there was more than one shooter. That's possible too. And here's the other problem with people saying that Oswald could have never made that shot. Of course he could have. 100% he could have. Is it likely? Listen, people throw 3-point shots that have no fucking business on a basketball court and they hit nothing but net.
Yeah.
It happens all the time.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean it's not likely that a guy could get off 3 shots that quick, but it is possible.
Right. There was more time in there than they originally thought. There's some misinformation out there about how condensed that time frame was, and now after they've the research seemed to work fairly well. That time frame extended a little bit, but he had, more importantly, he worked up there, so he had the opportunity to recce that site, right? So it was like he was sitting in a blind, waiting and figuring out, what am I going to be doing here? And that's a tremendous advantage. And clear daylight, target's moving right in line with you. There's no wind.
Not only that, it's not that far a shot.
No,
it's not. It's not like everybody thinks it's like a half a mile away or something like that. I mean, how far was it? Was it 150 yards or something like that?
Yeah, I'd have to go back and let's find out. But I've stood on that spot where the limo was and looked up at the side and stood up there and looked down, and it's not that far. And
it's a total makeable shot on a deer.
Yeah.
Like if you were going to shoot a deer with a rifle, you'd be like, oh yeah, that's definitely in my effective range.
Yeah. No, there was no.
How far is it would go? 265 feet, 81 meters. That ain't shit.
Yeah.
That's a bow shot.
Yeah.
You could shoot an animal with a bow from 80 meters if you're really good and there's no wind.
Yeah.
So that's a really close shot. So the idea that he couldn't make that shot, he's a bad shot, that is so fucking stupid. He absolutely could make that shot.
And then
anybody could make that shot from 81 meters. That's nothing.
We looked at the grassy knoll issue. We looked at what the train yard engineer reported seeing with a sort of a puff of smoke that he thought he saw over by the fence line. And we looked and we thought, yeah, you could, from that position, they opened that place up and we were able to go back up there and you could see it. We ran a couple of tests and fired off a few shots, and that's always fun. If you want to have a good time, take a rifle to Dealey Plaza and fire off a few shots without the tourists knowing what the hell is happening. And the Dallas police, by the way, were tremendous during the course of that. But
when did you guys do this?
We did this a while back for a show called America Declassified, which isn't running anymore. But it was on Travel Channel.
Jesse Ventura did that. He went up there with a Manlinker Carcano, same rifle. And he was like, this is an impossible shot. No one could make this shot. Love Jesse. I think he's awesome.
Yeah.
But he wants everything to
be
be a conspiracy.
Right.
He's significantly on that side to the point where, he's leaning always towards a conspiracy.
Yeah, what you want to do is you want to do every investigation. This company that I've got, we do a lot of investigations. And you've got to build, just like with a homicide case or anything else, you've got to build it on stable ground, right?
Right.
So you have to start from, the very basics, because if you start building ideas and investigative inquiries on something that's not sturdy underneath it, not based on evidence and fact, then you got a problem. The whole thing becomes suspect and usually comes toppling down. So, you got to keep an open mind about all these things. And I think it's important. Right now, people are going, oh, well, I'm sure the CIA was involved. So I'm a terrible source of information. I've heard that before. I said, you can't talk credibly about this because, the CIA was involved.
But here's the thing. If the CIA was involved, it's not you. You weren't there in 1962.
Last time I checked, I was not there in 1962. And also, I will tell you this much.
Or was it 63?
It was 63. 63. If the agency had been involved, this is the honest to God's truth. There's no way that secret is still kept. People can't keep their yap shut. They can't. And secrets have a way of coming out, and certainly a lot quicker now than they used to. So
now, but the secrets then, we're talking about so long ago. How much, we're talking about more than 50 years ago.
It's like
get out.
It's like the D.B. Cooper issue. My biggest reason for believing D.B. Cooper died and his chute is hanging off a tree, and that's a vast wilderness up there, is that people just, they can't help themselves. At some point, people talk, or somebody talks, somebody associated with it, or someone nearby, or somebody involved, or somebody on their deathbed, or somebody says something they shouldn't have. It's, the idea that they've maintained this sort of secret over a period of time, I find hard to believe. I'm not discounting it. Again, you've got to leave a little space open for something that could be just amazing.
Mm-hmm.
But, anyway, so that was that. But I agree. That shot was not a tough shot.
81 meters ain't shit. That's nothing.
And particularly in those conditions. And I will say those conditions were ideal, unfortunately, for that event.
But people are like, there's a video of me shooting a fucking hard drive at 100 yards. A hard drive.
You must have hated that
on the edge. Oh, we were just getting rid of some hard drives. Thought it'd be fun to take it to the rifle range. So I take it to the rifle, and obviously we're dealing with modern rifles. They're probably more accurate. But I'm shooting something that's basically 2 inches high, laying it down on the ground at 100 yards and blowing it to smithereens. That's how accurate a rifle is at 100 yards. You telling me he couldn't get a headshot at 81 meters? That's crazy.
Again,
of course he could.
no wind.
Of course he could.
Good light.
Did he though?
But did he? That's right. Yeah.
That's the
And also
question.
the question is, we have some pretty good indications as to what he was thinking and what his motivations were, and that's important.
Well,
And
he definitely
something
was
like
in
this.
with the Russians. He
Right.
definitely was involved in a lot of weird shit with communism.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows what his entire full background was? Because there was a lot of covert shit going on.
Right. And did he express a desire to do something like this to the Russians at some point? And they, thought, okay, well, here's an interesting opportunity. Well,
Right.
yeah, they would have sparked on that, and they would have thought about it. Would they have actually, no play on what's intended, but would they have pulled the trigger on an operation trying to push him into doing an act like this?
Maybe.
No, it's indirectly through the Cubans, exactly.
Especially if they thought, like, this crazy fuck might go ahead and do this for us.
Yeah. So
And this is after the Bay of Pigs. People have to realize there was a lot of people pissed off at Kennedy. We lost a lot of people.
Khrushchev hated
everybody.
Khrushchev hated Kennedy.
Yeah.
And so
Well, that infamous video where he's banging his shoe down the table, "We will bury you."
Yeah. No, it was. The environment was right for them, and again, the Russians. It shouldn't be any surprise to anybody when you talk about what they did during this election. I mean, they've been doing this forever. You go back to 1940s, and the Russians were, spending a lot of time, effort, and money here in the States trying to keep us out of the war back before Hitler invaded Russia and when they were allied with the Nazis still. So they spent a lot of time. They set up, independent associations. Supposedly, they paid off a lot of unions and union members. They, journalists. I mean, they were doing everything they could to create this or to strengthen the idea of isolationism, just to keep us out. They've been doing this for as long as they've been around.
Right.
So anybody who says, well, I can't, it's shocking the Russians would be engaged in this. It's ridiculous.
They've always been engaged. And we, by the way, have been engaged doing that with them.
What?
That's what I hear.
I've
heard that online.
I find that
Alex Jones
hard to believe.
The thing that bothers me the most about the Kennedy assassination is the universal support for the magic bullet theory. I think that fucking bullet is ridiculous. I've shot things. I've shot a lot of things.
The other aspect with conspiracy theories is cognitive dissonance. That is, we want the size of the event to be matched by a cause that's equally of that size. So the analogy I use is, the Holocaust, the worst genocide in human history caused by the Nazis, the worst political regime in human history. There's a match there.
Right.
But if you say something like, JFK, the leader of the free world, brought down by who? The Harvey Oswald, just some nobody? There's this mismatch. Or 9/11, this huge thing by 19 guys with box cutters.
Do you think that Harvey Oswald acted alone?
Yeah.
Do you really?
Yeah,
What makes you think that?
All of the evidence, and none of the evidence against anybody else, and all of the evidence against particularly him. Joe Posner's book, Case Closed, and then the attorney, what's his name? That was the Manson attorney. He has a massive book where he lines up every single one of the arguments by the JFK conspiracy. For example, conspiracists make a big deal about how Oswald got a job at the book depository building, which just happened to be where the parade route was going, so you could have a clear shot. So it was Posner that tracked down when the White House determined, even when Kennedy was going to Dallas, let alone what the parade route would be, and Oswald already had the job there. That's just chance. So
he knew in advance, bro.
That's right. He knew the.
Do you think it's possible that Oswald was in cahoots?
No.
Why do you think that? What about the magic bullet theory?
Well, that's been settled by the fact that the way it's shown in the videos is that the two seats are like this, and that the bullet has to do this. Well, in fact, the seats were like that, and that Connolly was.
Well, you're playing this in audio form. Just what you're saying.
So
it's like stadium seating.
Right.
One's elevated above the other one.
That's right.
Yeah.
So the bullet actually does, when it passes through the neck, through Kennedy's neck, and then hits Connolly's shoulder, it is already moving down.
I think it hit his wrist. It fractured his wrist.
Right. This has been tested and tested and tested.
Well, sort of. Here's my issue with it. There's a couple issues. One, on the pro side, the idea that bullets will take a straight path is ridiculous. I've talked to hunters that have shot animals in the front and had a bullet come out the same side they shot it. It ricocheted off bones and came out like the front of the animal. Like bullets take weird paths when they hit things in particular. So do arrows.
Yeah,
they do. As a person who's well versed in firearms and shot animals and hunted, you sometimes the bullet goes straight through, and sometimes it hits bones and wacky things happen. Things deflect. But on the negative side, they always distort. Bullets always distort, particularly when they hit bone. What bothered me was that they found that bullet in Connolly's gurney when they brought him to the hospital. They just conveniently found this bullet. Aha, we have it. This is the bullet. It matches the same rifle. Yeah. And
But it wasn't pristine. It was flattened.
barely. If you look at that bullet is nothing like a bullet that's hit bone. When bullets hit bone, they mushroom, they balloon, they bend, they distort wildly. They don't come out looking like that. They come out looking like that when
Yeah,
you shoot them in
fucking.
water,
I took a
or when you shoot
fucking
them into like
double up
feathers.
buck.
They don't come out looking like that under normal circumstances when they shatter the bone of two different people.
Right there.
Do you know that for sure?
No, I do not know that for sure. But one thing I do know a
And it
lot
came
about
out
is I know quite a bit about
like
what
up
bullets
top
look like when
over
they hit
here.
things. I've looked into this pretty extensively, and I've talked to a lot of people in law enforcement, military, hunters, and none of them believe that that bullet hit bones, shattered bones, and came out looking like that. Is it possible that that bullet was the only bullet ever in the history of the world that did do that? Yeah, it might be.
Okay, so we're getting kind of caught up in the weeds of the anomalies. What about this?
Just the bullet.
Oswald himself
What's up,
had
Tony?
attempted to
Trevor?
assassinate a general named Walker 6 months before with his rifle and a handgun, and he went over to the house. He took a shot through the guy's when he saw him at the desk, took a shot, missed him. He told his wife about it. I'm a revolutionary. I'm trying to start something here.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that Oswald was innocent. I'm not. I mean, and I think it's very possible that Oswald
What do you
did
guys
shoot at the
think?
president. He might have even hit the president. It's also very possibly that some other people were involved as well.
Yeah, who?
I don't know.
See, this is the problem.
But wait a minute. Why is it a problem? If you don't know who they are, just because you don't know who they are doesn't mean
Well,
they didn't exist.
okay, but why do we need to postulate extra people?
Because of all the gunshots that happened in a short amount of time. The reason why they came up with the theory of the magic bullet, they had to account for a bullet that hit a curb underneath the overpass. Do you know that, right?
Yeah. Well, okay. There's okay. If
Do you know why they came up with them? Yeah, I've been there. Do you know why they came up with?
But it's short. I mean, it's right there. You can
That's
hardly
not
miss.
the point. Well, it's not. That's sort of true. Yeah, it's not a far shot.
And he's a pretty good marksman. Posner tracked down his.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about the reason why they came up with the magic bullet theory in the first place. Do you know why?
Well, I thought it was because of the alignment of the seats.
No, because they had to attribute 3 shots. They had to figure out, one of them, they were thinking, well, all these wounds came from 3 bullets. But then they found a bullet that had hit the curb on the underside. The guy checked into a hospital because he was hit with a ricochet.
Right.
So there's a curb that they proved was hit with a bullet. There was a bullet hole in the granite or whatever the fuck the curb's made out of. It hit this guy. He went to the hospital. So he was hit with a ricochet. So they knew that one bullet had not hit the president, and so they had to attribute all of these wounds to one bullet now. They had one bullet that landed into his neck, another bullet that hit him in the head.
Right.
And how did these 3 bullets cause a wound on Connolly as well? Then they came up with there's the bullet. Look at that bullet.
But you have to look at this at the end. It's flattened if you look at it from the end.
No, it's not. Look at this. Under no circumstances do I feel that this bullet could hit a wrist and still not be deformed. We proved that by experiments as a chief consultant in wound ballistics for the U.S. Army, who supervised tests for the Warren Commission. Here's the thing. I don't necessarily think that there was some grand conspiracy, but I do think it's entirely possible that someone posthumously took that rifle and wanted to pin it on Lee Harvey Oswald definitively. Look, there's people that do things when they know someone's guilty and they plant evidence. Mark Furman did that with O.J. Simpson. They found his glove. They planted evidence. And there was one of the reasons why O.J. got off, because there was some sort of conspiring to make it look like he was, it was the evidence was a clear path. They could have just taken that rifle and look, could have been that Oswald did it alone. It's possible, but it also could have been that some other people were shooting at him too. It could have been that they had decided to have Oswald be a part of this. And when Jack Ruby ran in and shot him, that doesn't look a little suspicious that some guy with ties to the mob gets right up to this guy who just shot the president and shoots him? Like, why? He's never shot him. Do it publicly?
Posner talks about Ruby's character and who he was, major Kennedy supporter. running with some bad dudes, some bad hombres there in Texas, and he was a gun owner. Security wasn't anything like it is now. He really could just walk right in,
Right.
like he did.
It's possible, but it's also possible that that guy owed something to the mob, and this is what they told him to do. You're going to get rid of that guy. No one's going to care. They're going to be happy. Fuck that guy. He just shot the president. Who knows? It seems so. It seems like people want it to be one way or the other, and they want this case closed.
It doesn't have to be that way. I mean, Lincoln was assassinated by a conspiracy, and that was
Yes.
evident pretty quickly afterwards.
Right.
And they rounded him up. World War I was launched by a conspiracy with the assassination of Franz Ferdinand by a Serbian group of called the Black Hand, a group of nationalists.
Well, we already talked about the Vietnam War, too, the Gulf of Tonkin incident. That's a false flag.
So these things do happen. They're all false flags. There are conspiracies to assassinate foreign leaders. Hitch wrote this book on Kissinger as a war criminal. That all the shenanigans we were doing in South America with dictators there, we're back in this dictator because he's a son of a bitch, but he's our son of a bitch versus this guy, and we're gonna assassinate Castro. All the stuff that came out that Johnson tried to cover up, that came out in the Pentagon Papers about Kennedy plotting to have Castro assassinated. That's a kind of conspiracy. So this does happen. The question is, did it happen in that particular case, or this one, or here? And the evidence, in my opinion, after reading particularly Gerald Posner's book, Case Closed, there's a funny internet meme that went around last week of a guy that dies, goes to heaven, and God says, you've been such a good fellow your whole life. I'll grant you one which you can ask me anything. He said, all right, who killed Kennedy?
Mm-hmm.
And God said, it was Lee Harvey Oswald acting alone using his own Carcano rifle. And the guy goes, this goes higher up than I thought.
That's funny, man. Did you ever read David Lifton's novel or book about it, Robert?
Yeah.
Best Evidence.
The Best Evidence, I didn't read the whole book. When I was researching this back in the 90s, after the Oliver Stone film came out. Because when that came out, I thought, man, if only half of this or 10% of this is true, it's definitely a conspiracy. But then there are websites dedicated to everything he got wrong there. And
Well, he made people up. Like the general, the
right.
Donald Sutherland character,
Right.
that guy doesn't even exist.
No,
He just used him as a theatrical tool.
yeah, very distorting film. But film is such a powerful medium.
Yeah.
It's hard to overcome that.
Well, that movie in particular, I mean, you got Kevin Costner, who's the good guy.
Everybody's in that.
Loves, and, I mean, that is a
Jack
cra-
Lemmon,
Yeah.
Walter Matthau.
Mhm. It's a crazy movie.
Yeah.
And it really has you believing that there's some sort of a conspiracy.
Back into the left.
People, but here's the thing about that, though. Well, I've looked at that over and over again. Yes, it is back into the left, but the spray kind of comes out the front.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of comes out the front. And one thing that does happen when people or things get shot is you have nerves, and nerves react, and things do weird, there's weird results in your body if you get hit by something. It doesn't. I mean, if
Well,
you
like
get
the
hit in
throat
the
one,
chest,
his
you-
hands come up like
Right.
that.
Well, he's grabbing his neck, apparently. That was the other thing, was there was a difference in the autopsy results from Bethesda, Maryland versus in Dallas, Texas. Dallas, Texas, they attributed the throat wound to a frontal shot, that something hit him in the front. And then the Bethesda, Maryland, they said that it was a trach wound. They opened him up to clear his breathing pathway. And then the conspiracy theorists would say, why would you clear the breathing pathway of a guy who doesn't have a brain? His brain was shot out of his head.
Right.
There's a lot of
Yeah.
shenanigans. I just don't like when people say they know one way or another.
Yeah.
Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone. How the fuck could you know? There was a bunch of there was also bullet fragments in Connolly's wrist that weren't missing from the bullet itself. The bullet itself, whether you think it's pristine or not, it's not missing a lot of fragments. And there's fragments in Connolly's body that you could detect on X-ray. There's X-rays in his wrist. You could see the little pieces of the bullet.
I don't know what the explanation for that is.
Exactly.
Well,
That's
the
my
fact
point.
that I don't know. I'm not the world's expert on this stuff.
People want to clean it up. That's what I don't like. They want to clean it up, or they want to muddy it up. Instead of like looking at it 100% objectively, they want one thing or another. I think it's entirely possible that Lee Harvey Oswald, it's either, to me, they want to say, these are the two narratives. Lee Harvey Oswald was a patsy. He had nothing to do with it. The government set him up, or he acted alone. Well, why couldn't he have been involved in it? You know, he obviously was involved in some shady characters. The guy spent a ton of time in Russia, came back over here very easily, even though the Cold War was going on. There's a lot of weird stuff. He might have very well been some sort of a government informant or working in cahoots with the government. If that's the case, and he did shoot Kennedy or shoot at Kennedy, who's to say that he wasn't with other people and they killed him because this guy was going to go to jail and he was going to start talking? When they arrested him, he said, "I'm a patsy. I'm just a patsy." And then blam, he's dead. Oh, we got him. And that's it. Wrap it up tight. It wasn't until the Zapruder film that people really started to question. And I think that was 10 years later, right? We've talked about this. You know, the whole history of the Zapruder film, how it was released.
Yeah.
The Geraldo Rivera show.
Right.
Isn't that crazy?
Right.
Dick Gregory, comedian, brought the film footage to the Geraldo Rivera show and showed it on television
And I
for the
thought
first
Life
time.
magazine bought the rights to that.
Life magazine had the rights and didn't do anything with it. They kept it for more than a decade. And Dick Gregory got a hold of the actual film footage and premiered it on the Geraldo Rivera show.
Wow.
I want to say it was like 1971 or 72 or something like that. So it was way, way after the assassination that the American, what was it?
75 is 12 years.
Oh, that's crazy. 75.
Right.
So all those years later, and then people got a chance to see the footage and they were like, wow, this is not how it was described to us at all. And it made people skeptical.
There's a good Nova show on ballistics in the head and testing the rifle and could you shoot that many times in that many seconds and so on. And it's pretty good to me. It's pretty convincing.
The problem with me is I know too much about what happens when bullets hit bones. I don't buy that that was the bullet. I do. Look, I think they could have just dropped that bullet off. Doesn't mean that Lee Harvey Oswald didn't do it. The thing about that bullet, though, is like there might be some fuckery involved. And the David Lifton book was the book that got me into conspiracies. That fucking book, goddammit. If I could go back and not read it, I bombed on stage because of that book.
You did.
Yeah, well, it's my fault, but I've read that book the day I was performing, and I was freaking out because I was like 24 or something like that. I was like, oh, this is crazy. They killed the president. You know, I was so naive. And I was like really bummed out when I went on stage. And then I realized, like, oh, you can't, like, I didn't know any better. I've only been doing comedy for 3 years. I'm like, oh, you can't go on stage bummed out. Like, you got to get your head together. You can't just say the jokes and not have some emotional attachment to them. But that book highlights what it was Lifton was a bookkeeper or an accountant, I believe. And he was hired to do something with the Warren Commission report. And because he found some contradictions, and he went over the entire Warren Commission report, which is an enormous, enormous publication. And he found all of these problems in the Warren Commission report and all these contradictions. And it was his determination after reading everything and writing his book. He thought that the conclusion they made before the fact, and that they wrote all this stuff to sort of to back up their conclusion that it wasn't based entirely on an objective version of the facts and of the event itself. And his take was there was a conspiracy.
Well, it's launched a mini industry of books.
Man, think about all the money that's been made off of the Kennedy assassination.
Go down the rabbit hole with this stuff.
Did you see the Jesse Ventura version of it? He's the best. He's the best.
I was on his conspiracy show.
Were you?
Yeah, he's out there.
Oh yeah, he believes it. Yeah, he was like, no one could have made that shot. He definitely could have made that shot. It's a rifle.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Yeah.
I mean, I wrote a book about Operation Paperclip, and my God, talk about a rabbit's hole.
It's a rabbit hole.
It's a rabbit hole.
Let's explain to people that don't know what we're talking about. Operation Paperclip was when, after World War II, the United States gathered up a ton of scientists from Nazi Germany, brought them over to America, and even Werner von Braun. They had Werner von Braun run NASA. He was a Nazi, like 100% Nazi.
Good friends with Hitler type Nazi.
Yes, he ran a Berlin rocket factory where they hung the 5 slowest Jews. They would hang them front so everybody would know, like, this is what happens when you work slow. We'll hang you. I mean, the Simon Wiesenthal Center said that if Werner von Braun was alive today, they would prosecute him for crimes against humanity.
Yes, they would.
And that was the head of NASA. That was the guy who got us to the moon. That was the big cheese guy. Yeah. So we were willing to put a lot of really dark things aside in order to gather out the best scientists of the Soviet Union. Couldn't get them all, and they got a few of them as well. But we got how many? More than 1,000, right?
Allegedly 1,400, but I would not be surprised if, the story changes and there were more. Right? But that goes back to our discussion earlier about being in pole position. I mean, that's why we grabbed those Nazis. We were like, if we don't get them, the Russians will.
I get it. And and I'm sure the Nazis can say, I didn't want to do it. They made me. I'm a nice person. I love Jews.
Well, that was part of the mythology. It was like, we got the good Germans.
Oh,
Well,
God.
we got
I'm so taking a clip
top
of that.
Germans. And who do you think the top Germans were?
Yeah.
They were coveted by Hitler, Himmler, Goring,
Yeah.
I mean, these guys were, right. I mean, there were guys that we grabbed out of the docks at Nuremberg, literally, to come be part of our program, One of these guys,
Smart. You're an asset, right? I mean, that's what Genghis Khan used to do. He'd take warlords from the other side and capture them and go, listen, just come over here, bro. Come on. Work for me. I'm the man.
I mean, ideology aside, I'm super smart, and I want that to be known. That's the competitor. Right? I mean, you cannot be the best rocket designer in the world and not want those talents, demonstrated. That's Warner von Braun's story. That's the story of all of them, and that was what's so shocking writing that book, because it's like, wow, huge amounts of talent, but how far will the competitor go to see their baby come to fruition? What are they willing to put aside?
Yeah. Did you pay any attention to the other places where Nazis went when they escaped Germany, like Argentina in particular? Germany, like Argentina in particular. Have you ever seen any of that stuff? They have entire German towns down in Argentina.
Right.
They do Oktoberfest down there. They wear lederhosen. They drink out of steins. It's crazy. They speak German. And you're like, what the fuck is this? Like, my friend Tim Kennedy went down there, and he said he was literally talking to people, interviewing people, and they had photos of SS soldiers on their wall, and they would talk about how grandfather was a hero, and like, oh, like you're the descendants of escaped Nazis, and they put together a town down.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Well, how about the other prince? How about the other prince, the one that's Epstein's friend?
That was
What? Yeah. First of all, how odd is that guy when they're interviewing him and talking to him?
Yeah.
It's like, what?
the Queen kicked him to the curb very quickly.
Yeah. Well, it's very strange. Yeah. What is your take on this whole Epstein thing? First of all, can we just agree? Look at that. So you sure she's 18?
So you're telling me that
She does not look 18. She looks 16. Are you sure? You sure?
What shit show that is.
Yeah, what a shit show. So let me ask you this right off the bat. Well, I don't know. Ask you. He didn't kill himself, right?
I don't believe so.
Thank you.
No. You know me, I'm not a conspiracy guy, right? I don't spirit on the rabbit holes very often, but no, I don't think there's any way in hell he killed himself.
Michael Shermer, who's the head of Skeptics magazine, who doesn't believe anything, found out that the tapes were missing and that the cameras didn't work and that the tapes were accidentally deleted from the first time he attempted suicide. And Shermer's like, oh, it was a conspiracy. Like, it was enough evidence that one of the biggest a professional skeptic, professional skeptic doesn't believe anything.
There's no way I could be convinced that he offed himself.
What do you guys think? You think Epstein offed himself, or what? Listen, you guys ain't gonna fucking participate. Either talking, grabbing the link, or at least fucking. You think he killed himself, K-Mac? You could at least go yes or no on the fucking thing when I'm trying to fucking entertain and fucking, figure some shit out that might be half interesting for us to talk about.
No way.
No. And,
He knew too much.
Yeah. And you know, it's astounding. But yeah, what a shit show. But hey, you know, nobody's gonna get to the bottom of anything.
But
You know?
that's a crazy one. Like, they got in the jail. The guards are somehow or another getting in trouble. So who knows what the guards are going to say? They might get suicided. My favorite part was the guy they chose for his cellmate. Do you see the fucking gorilla they chose for his cellmate?
Yeah. Reminded me of that Richard Pryor, that old Richard Pryor movie. I don't know if you remember that one.
So, this guy, look at this fucking guy. This giant Goomba, this huge Italian ex-cop who's a murderer and a drug runner. I mean, this guy is built like a brick shit house, and this is Epstein's cellmate. It's like, what? Like, you can't even make this stuff up. Like,
Says he never touched him.
Why would I touch him?
Nicholas Tartaglione.
Yeah. What does it say? Timeline of events and quadruple homicide? Is that what it says?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this fucking guy, this
Unless
giant,
he likes dogs, though.
yeah, he loves dogs. They keep him from all the people that he killed. They bark when they're coming around. You can grab your gun. It's a good move. It's just crazy. There's so many pieces to the puzzle that are so ridiculously obvious. And then when you find out that Clinton flew with him at least 26 times.
Yeah.
26 times.
Yeah, I had no idea.
Yeah.
No, it's just one of those things. And again, I'm not a buyer on these sort of things, but you look at the facts around and you think there's no way in hell. And that guy must not. You would have thought that Epstein would have said to himself, I'm gonna get killed here if I'm not careful.
Well, he probably didn't think it was ever going to get to the point where they were actually jailing him. You know, when they actually remember he had that deal where he was on work release, so he could just do whatever he wanted and fuck off for 16 hours a day. Then he had to check into the jail at night.
Yeah.
And who even knows what that means? He might have checked in and just went home again. And it seems like they had set something up for him to make it very easy for him to be incarcerated for what should be a pretty heinous crime. I mean, he was sex with underage girls and
sex trafficking.
Yeah,
I mean, not just him doing it. Yeah, I mean, it's just the extent to which, and so yeah. But then you look at I forget what her name is. The sort of his assistant, Giselle. Yeah,
his name is Ghislaine.
Ghislaine.
What is it?
It has an S in it, but I've heard it pronounced with the S or without. So Ghislaine or Ghislaine.
Okay, I don't know. Ghislaine or Ghislaine. Whatever. It's called G Rocker.
Yeah.
So G Rocker's out there hiding in the bushes in Colombia or something, right?
Where is she? Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I mean, she must be. You would assume they've deposed her at this point, or
she must have something. She must have some fucking kill switch where if the shit goes down, all the Clinton tapes come piling out onto the fucking floor of Glenn Greenwald's house.
You would think. Glenn Greenwald.
Glenn's Bill.
You know what? Maybe I should convince. Oh, there she is.
That's when she was at In-N-Out reading a book on ex-CIA agents who've been murdered. That's literally what she was reading a book on, right? Wasn't that? Yeah. It was about CIA operatives and been murdered. So the idea was that what they said, what people believe, and there's many different versions of what people believe, but look how many pictures she posed for. It's so strange. But what many people believe was that what he was doing was compromising a lot of these wealthy, powerful people by getting videotapes of them hooking up with young girls, including Prince Andrew, right?
Yeah. And for whatever reason, you know.
Heard of anything like this before? Is this something that's been done in the past?
Not that I've heard of. I mean, sure, it's you know, anytime you see some freak show, it's never the first time it's happened, right?
Right.
So you have to assume it's happened, but to the degree that it's got this level of celebrities and big time name.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Morality. Talk to me. I want to talk about morality. I want to talk about why we can't talk about certain things.
Well,
right?
while what you were saying before about being a competitor, the United States is competitive, obviously. And when you're playing the ultimate game, which is war, you have to be very careful about what you reveal and what you don't reveal. And this is where the conversation about surprise, kill, vanish comes in, because the CIA using these covert operations to assassinate people, and whether or not that should be allowed or not allowed, whether it's good or bad, whether it's necessary, whether it's like if you want people to be safe over here, there's certain people you got to take out, and sometimes you just can't follow the rules.
And why why are we not supposed to know about that? Should we know about that? The way the story started for me, I'm at my house in 2009. A source is, calls me up. He says, I'm on my way back from the Middle East. I'm going to pop by the house and say hi. He brings me a challenge coin that says Kabul, Afghanistan, State Department. I'm thinking, okay, he is not a diplomat. I mean, he's weapons trained. At the time, my boys were young. There were lots of GI Joes in the garden, and they had little weapons, right? And the source is showing them about the weapons, and they're like so into it because they know he's military trained. And then he says, if it's okay with your mom and dad, I'll show you some weapons. The boys are like, please. So he sets up this sniper rifle in the living room, and I live up in the hills, and you can look across the canyon through this scope he set up, and I can see the veins on a leaf across the canyon. And I thought, okay, so now I know what he was doing in Kabul, Afghanistan. He's taking out Al Qaeda with this. There's another case on the ground that he never opens. And when the boys go off, I say to him, what's in that? And he said, he opens it up, and inside there's a knife, and it's serrated. And I said, what's that for? Immediately realizing, my naivete. And he says to me, sometimes a job requires quiet. So why that became interesting to me was because of my own thoughts and perceptions about what he had told me. In other words, I could deal with him with a sniper rifle. I could be like, okay, that's what he does. But the knife gave me pause. I was like, is he slitting someone's throat? Is it in the ribs? And I thought, why is it that I am willing to accept sort of the clinical nature of a sniper rifle, but I can't, I'm uncomfortable with that close-up hand-to-hand killing. And that led me to Surprise, Kill, Vanish, because that was the motto of the precursor agency of the CIA. It was called the OSS, the Office of Strategic Services. Their motto was Surprise, Kill, Vanish, because they would jump out of aircraft, land, work with their French partners, and kill Nazis with a knife to the throat. And I thought, okay, because they were Nazis, right? But we're not supposed to do that anymore in this world we live in. Why? And I spent this whole book researching and reporting is about that sort of conundrum, if you will, that moral puzzle. Why do we differentiate?
Yeah. To do that too, to draw that line. Like, I'm sure you're aware of the story of Jamal Khashoggi, the journalist, was assassinated by someone, some group of people, and that he entered into the Turkish embassy, and they whacked him and chopped him up and carried him out. And it's an international incident.
What's this?
Supposedly was ordered by.
Yeah, I heard about this guy. What happened to this guy?
Keep Roth from coming back. Be dentist ready with Colgate Total.
Hitler conspiracy
cards right here,
theory,
both
you
rookies.
say?
I'm gonna ask you which card go down. One is a Kevin Durant rookie.
Yep, he's unique. What is Finding Hitler all about? This is a show that you're on, and it's on A&E. Is that what's on?
Yeah, A&E is the parent network. It airs on History Channel, and we just our third season that just finished airing.
What's the thought process behind this? Is it legit? Because a lot of people are like, Finding Hitler, get the fuck out of here. They found Hitler, he died.
Yeah, I mean,
not really.
We don't know.
Right.
I mean, this isn't like Ancient Aliens. This is they declassified a bunch of documents. They both the Israelis, the British, and the Germans and Americans in the past 20 years have been consistently
What you been up
declassifying
to, man?
documents. And there were a bunch of specifically
Bro, just the same shit every day.
actively searching for Hitler after the war.
Yeah.
As was, like millions of dollars. Like Hoover was like, no, send more FBI agents to South America.
He wants
to
that
North
body.
Africa, go to the Canary Islands, go to Spain, trying to find out where this guy went.
It wasn't Argentina as well. There's fucking shit on TV about Argentina. He was there.
And some first eye accounts saying that they
All
visited-
sorts
so
of
anyways,
different shit.
that's the show, is us trying to find out, sift through reality and the fiction of the allure, the mystery of that aspect.
So what's the official story? The official story is that he killed himself, right?
Yep.
He killed himself in the bunker with David Braun.
Yep.
And is there any photographic evidence of his death or anything?
So what the Russians got the body and they got his skull. And when they brought it back to Moscow, ever been able to independently verify who and what this body is. They let one genetic test occur, and the body with the bullet holes that they said was Hitler, and have said, and that's the narrative, that's the story, that's all the eyewitness accounts that are even in the vicinity of collaborating with each other, and corroborating each other's testimony.
That
like
piece
the
of
closest
skull
version, because none of it seems to be very
was a
accurate,
female skull.
is that okay, here's Hitler's skull, and when they did the genetic testing, it's that of a 35-year-old woman. So
See?
like, oh, well, this isn't Hitler, but they've said for the past 80 years that this is Hitler. So, okay, first, before we start throwing stones at Russia, let's go back to 1945, April, in Berlin. You have the Allies coming in, wrecking shop, dropping bombs, blowing everything up they can in every single which way. You have the Russians coming in from the opposite direction. They don't even have enough guns to arm all their soldiers. So if they have 200 guys, or 200,000 guys, they have 100,000 guns. If the guy in front of you dies, you just pick up his gun. That's what's happening in April of 1945 in Berlin. So the noose is tightening. There is no, I mean, it is chaos, anarchy, pandemonium. This is hell on earth, is Berlin, 1945. So I don't know if you could get a real story, the way that we do it now, where we have, this forensic experts that come in and document everything, and we look at all the different testimonies, say this is exactly how, it's not CSI. This is 1945.
He was surrounded as fuck at that stage. So how the fuck is he going to get out?
There was no.
Oh, actually, there were people that got out.
And a lot of Nazis.
Yeah, but not with a face like Adolf Hitler.
Bullshit, dude. He could have escaped off that small plane. That not Himmler. I forgot who the fuck did, but he was in the.
Could have done a lot of things. He could have done a lot of things.
Guy flew out fucking with a small plane like 3 days before Hitler fucking supposedly killed himself.
Well, he flew to England, that guy, or some shit.
That had to be a closed chapter.
No.
One of his top guys flew on a plane to England and parachuted down, and
yeah, that was during the war.
The wall goes up.
Yeah.
West Berlin. We're already looking.
Yeah,
at
and so was 45, and they were super duper surrounded, man.
Go all the way to
I can't see how that guy got out anywhere.
Oh, dude, no, dude.
Fighting communism.
There's plenty of ways, dude. There was a fucking whole fucking. Trust me, easily possible.
They think they went to Honduras and a few other places.
They had
Where
escape
do they
routes
think
and
they
prepared
wound
for
up?
this shit.
So what you had in South America, both Chile and Argentina, back to back, had fascist regimes. You had Perón, who was part of the Nazi Party starting all the way back into the mid-30s. He's the president of Argentina. So the Red Cross, they were facilitated. There was about 3 different rat lines that guys were able to successfully get out of Europe into South America. And there's no question that we're talking thousands, if not tens of thousands of high-ranking Nazis made it there. Tens of thousands. And I'm not talking like little soldiers. I'm talking high-ranking Nazis, officers, guys like Joseph Mengele and Adolf Eichmann. I mean, these are the most disgusting, despicable humans to exist at the time. If Hitler is dead, Joseph Mengele is the guy that would take syringes full of blue ink and inject them. You have blue eyes, Joe, or you have brown eyes. Yeah, let me see if I can make them blue.
Oh, wow.
And then take twins and start torturing them to see if one would feel the pain. That's Joseph Mengele. That's the guy that.
Yeah, he was a cocksucker, that Mengele.
Yeah.
High-ranking Argentinians.
He was probably one of the worst, man.
Have you seen the movie Colonia?
Yeah.
About Colonia Dignidad, which is, if you're listening right now, I almost warn you not to Google it, because it was a torture camp that was started by Joseph Schaefer, a Nazi, and Joseph Mengele, the
Such pieces
doctor
of
of
shit.
that escaped.
Oh, he used people as guinea pigs and shit. That Mengele, he was a fucking
The hospital at Colonia
dirty
Dignidad,
dog.
another safe haven for more Nazis in South America. Golda Meir, David and Ben Gurion, the presidents of Israel, they took the gloves off and they were just sending assassins to try to find these people and kill them. But what you got in South America
What's
were
up?
isolated German-only communities. You could go into Bariloche, Argentina, and I'd be like, "Buenos dias, amigos," and they're like, "Guten Morgen." Like, "Oh, yeah, I meant good morning. Yeah, sorry, it's 2017, right? I thought we spoke Spanish here."
So in 2017, you were there and they were speaking German.
Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. Well, I don't look very. I look more European than I do. So it's just them seeing me walking down the street and be like,
But that doesn't mean shit either.
tons of communities. I mean, if you go to Colonia Dignidad, which is now called Villa Bavaria, the Bavarian village, it is only German. Wow. In the center of Chile, in the mountains of Chile. Like there's no Spanish being spoken there. It is exclusively German.
And these are descendants of Nazis.
Powerful Nazis.
Holy shit. And this is going on right now?
Yeah.
And what are these communities like? I mean, what's their ideology? Are they...
I mean, they're pretty white.
Yeah, but are they... do they espouse Nazi values or...
Not openly. So, Colonia Dignidad, if you look at
Pretty white.
There's a bunch of... So, it was a huge Chile that they tried to hide for years, and they got so much power from the torturing that they did at Colonia Dignidad on a whole bunch of other high-ranking South American dictators that they are almost untouchable. And this is, I mean, you'd blow your mind if you look into this, Joe. You'd love it. But the second generation, the kids, like the grandkids, sometimes they're even more fanatical than the original generation. Have you ever seen this? Where like if somebody's away from, like when you travel abroad, it's so cool to get into the culture and get into the food and get into the, like you're dancing this style and you love the flag and you're like, oh, I'm gonna go to a soccer game because we don't go to soccer games in America, and then I'm gonna go. But then maybe after like 2 months, you kind of miss home, and then like a year, like you really miss home, and then 10 years, like you really, really miss home. And you see the same thing in the United States where it's not really a perfect assimilation. It's not the melting pot where you see generations that are espousing to be more like their ethnic heritage than they are American. They're flying the Irish flag and like I'm Irish. Well, it's just times 1,000 with these communities because they're exclusively German. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Kind of weird.
So exclusively German and really missing home.
Yeah. So
70 years later,
the second generations I was talking about, some of them came to the United States and were high-ranking white supremacists that are now in jail, in prison for their racial crimes.
And they came out of
They came out of Colonia Dignidad. They came out of Bariloche. They came out of Cordoba. They came out of Misiones. They came out of
He gives a fuck. That's not substantial evidence for anything. And the thing is, they don't have any evidence to actually pinpoint anything.
I mean, tens of thousands went there. But how many
They
German
don't. It's just conjecture.
Listen, no, it's not.
It's just rumors, bro.
How many people?
You
If you had to
know,
guess.
It's just rumors, my man.
nah,
100,000.
Yeah.
dude, this is like proven fact.
Yeah.
I've looked into
Yeah,
it.
Germans did go to South America.
And
But show me how Hitler ended up there and how, when, and why, and
it's
show me
2017
anything.
in Buenos Aires, Argentina, into somebody's parlor, and all
Watch this show called Hunting Hitler.
It's on fucking Foxtel. It was like out like 5 years ago. This shit.
not like red stags. We're talking
Right.
German
So
everything.
those are all possibilities.
They are
Music.
possibilities. I have to acknowledge that they are possible.
Their grandfathers
Not only
memory
possible,
box, and inside of it
but
are his
easily accomplishable.
you know, when he was in the SS.
Listen, Mel Gibson.
It is the respect, the I don't even know the reverence. Right, yeah, it's like a whole like it's like this is a gift from the Pope that they're holding in their hands. White gloves. No, I can't. First of all, Tim can't touch it. But I can appreciate it. And then they tell me the story of every single one of these things and how he got there, and how he then went and worked for the Buenos Aires News. You can't touch
MRE's
no,
going to South America.
You're dirty America.
MRE goes south of the border.
So we followed the first 2 seasons. It was
I'm sure
really
he's got a flag and a diorama of Argentina or somewhere in the house.
The 3rd season was my favorite because I actually got to do real work. They said, okay, the 2nd season, I got to bring in more special forces guys, a CIA
You stepping
targeter,
around in this high
Nadia,
heels.
who helped kill Zarqini in 2006. This is the team that is now looking at real evidence, trying to figure out, okay, how did we find Bin Laden? How did we find Zarqawi? We looked at their associates and we looked at how they moved. And we looked at how they communicated. We looked at what routes they were using to get to and from places. And then we just started tightening the noose. And that's exactly what we did in this 3rd season was, okay, let's start following the Adolf Eichmanns. Let's start following the Joseph Mengeles. And let's start following the Skorzynskis.
Yeah, but he never found Hitler in the end.
That was a colonel in the SS that went on to work for everybody
No,
after the war.
you think they would?
Just not like communists.
Hey,
This guy was working
there
for
he
everybody
is.
to include the
Is
CIA.
that JC's dad?
Fighting fascism in South America.
He wasn't walking around the SS outfit for sure.
Creepy stuff.
But no, man.
I'm just saying, like, yo, what they did was they fucking
50s, 60s, and 70s.
You know.
Whoa, creepy stuff.
So you reckon he got out of Germany, jumped on the yellow submarine, and made his way all the way to Argentina, and without no one noticing him?
It's possible, absolutely.
Oh, look, it's possible.
All this record about fucking South America and shit. Yeah.
Witness accounts, I saw him get off a boat. I saw him meet here. And if it was just some person saying it, it's almost meaningless.
Right.
But if you look at the context of who this person is, the wealth that they have, they shouldn't have. Like, can you explain how you got so rich in 2 generations? You know, like, okay, your grandpa got here from Germany in 1946. That's weird. And he's on a legitimate visa with an Argentinian passport. Also weird. And
It's not weird because they stole everything from the Jews and then went over to Argentina and fucking brought the money there.
So
how's it weird?
But this is the hard part. People want to be connected to significant events, and especially in small rural areas of the world, developing areas. Like there's so little happening. They want to be attached to something massive. And like the fact that they saw a U-boat land on this beach, the hatch opened, and these cars were sitting there and they were doing Morse code. And this guy gets off and he had this little mustache. You're like, well, for U-boats can't beach.
This guy's full of shit.
Right.
You know, but you know what they're trying to do. They just want to be connected.
Yeah.
So, and now we're removed 70 to 80 years from the facts. It has been painful to try to use real science, real investigative tools to try to sift through this lore. You know,
what do you think happened? I mean, you've been
I
studying
mean,
this
myth.
for how
3 years.
3 years.
Yeah.
If you had a guess, if you had like $1 million, you got to put it on one side or another. Did he go there?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh.
Say, man,
He
it's,
said
it's,
yes.
it's I've ever said it flat out like that. What
Yeah,
I
he
want-
did.
The way history is written is wrong. That's clear. There's no way that we can say he died on this day. This is what happened. Here is his body, and
So
that's
the
what's
physical proof is for sure the woman that head that they were saying was Hitler is definitely not Hitler.
It's absolutely not. That's a fact.
So they don't have Hitler's body.
So then our other option was, okay, is it Ava Brahms? Did they just grab the wrong body, right? So there are still descendants of Ava, and we tried to have them allow us to do it. Then we tried to go through like,
But they said fuck off.
There's meat on it.
No, it's like teeth. Yeah. And but they wouldn't consent to it. So then we tried to do, you know, like where people have like the tree, their ethnic tree.
Yeah.
What's those websites called?
23andMe.
Yeah, yeah, it's like a bunch of them.
Right.
We tried to go that route.
Ancestry.com.
They wouldn't consent to it.
No.
The Ava Braun's family.
No, they just want it gone.
They just don't want to.
Yeah. They're super pissed that we even found them.
I'm sure.
Which was hard. Which was really hard.
Hold them down, get them to spit in a bucket.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I got.
I mean,
or pull the trap and pull stuff out of there. But
I mean, that's how they caught the Golden State Killer, right? It was off of a cigarette butt.
Yeah.
They got DNA off a cigarette butt.
So history's wrong for it to be black and white like that. And again, if you go back to 1945, we needed scientists. We needed every single German electrical engineer, mechanical engineer, aerospace, anything.
Yeah.
You're on the V2 program. We want all of you because now it's a race. It's a race. We have the bomb. Now we need delivery systems. Now we need to get to the moon. Now we need to, like all of those things are real time. It's a war of dollars and a war of science. And we got all those scientists.
This is a cool topic, Lefty, but I gotta put the kids to bed, mate. So I will let you go.
Werner von Braun.
Thanks, bro. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right.
You know, the Russians
See
got
you,
a bunch
chat.
of them.
Hell, the Egyptians did.
Yeah.
The Egyptians were trying to create a delivery system to drop bombs into Israel, and then Ben Gurion started having these Nazi scientists try to have them assassinated. They were mailing. The Mossad was. Are you familiar with this?
No.
The Mossad was mailing package bombs into Egypt and throughout Europe, trying to kill these German scientists, and they were all German Nazi rocket guys that were working for Egypt, and Egypt wanted to go blow up Israel. This is into the 60s. So they're still trying to find ways to kill the Jews. And they're like, oh, yeah, we'll go work for you, Egypt. So it's
what's crazy is how fucking technologically advanced the Germans were.
So far ahead of us.
It's so amazing. And to this day, you drive a BMW and you go, whoa, you motherfuckers are on point.
I'm driving Chevy Malibu right now, and I'm like, ew.
Yeah, drive a Corvette. Get a Corvette. They're pretty fucking badass. It's on what you buy. But I mean, this German engineering in the 80s was fucking phenomenal. I mean, if you drove a German car from the 1980s and an American car from the 80s, it's like there's no comparison. Now I have a 1991 Porsche, and it's a fucking piece of engineering, man. It's a marvel of engineering. It's not fast like a modern car, but when you compare like the build quality and how they constructed it and how it's put together in comparison to a fucking Dodge Daytona from 1990. That's a hunk of shit. You want one of those today?
Well, unless you're going to build a VBID, then you want it.
Oh,
That's the only time you could blow it up.
Again, it's you. The way you think is different. 13-year-old child trafficking, counterfeit money, and
Dude, we'll be in some country, and I'll be walking by, and I'll look at a car and be like, that would make a great bomb. I swear to God, that's what goes through my head.
Yeah. Well, that's how the business works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll grow up someday.
So when you're over there in Argentina and you're meeting with these people and you know that they're the descendants of Nazis, and they bring out this grandfather's chest of things and war medals and all this jazz, like, what is this feeling like? Do you feel like these people got away with something? I mean, they kind of did, but these aren't the people that did it. But they're the descendants of the people that did it, and they're still worshiping those people in some way.
Yeah, I had a lot of soul searching, trying to figure out what is the appropriate thing, what's the appropriate response, what am I supposed to be feeling right now? And I think I'm a pretty exposed person. Like, I'm in tuned with what I feel. And one of the hardest days, we're in Chile, and I interviewed this man and this woman, and they are both. One of them is a second generation. So she was born on the Colonia Dignidad, on this compound as a Nazi. Separated from her parents. She didn't know who her parents was. No, I'm sorry. She was brought there at like age 3 or 4, but she grew up there, and they're separated from her parents. She didn't know who her parents was. Her husband was a Chilean boy that was local, and he heard about this new hospital that's built by Dr. Mengele, and how everybody has food there. And he's a poor Chilean kid, so he was able to get onto the compound. Well, the locals and the Germans aren't supposed to be together, so he was kind of kept separated. Well, because he was local, they started testing him, and it got really violent and disgusting by the time he's a teenager. He's being thrown out of windows, having his bones broken, being nursed back to health, being set on fire, being nursed back to health for like 10, 15 years. He finally talks what will be his future wife into escaping with him. And they sneak out in a cheese truck because one of his friends, when he was a Chilean kid, grew up to be a police officer in nearby, and he was able to get a letter out to them. They're like, please come help us. And they came in to do a health inspection, and they hopped inside of this cheese truck, and they got away. So I'm talking to this guy, and he's telling me about the things that happened to him. And I'm not going to get into it. I mean, but they were the most horrible things that could happen to a little boy that you could imagine. You know, beyond rape, beyond being burnt alive, beyond being broken. I mean, for years and years and years. And I'm faking because, man, I'm in Afghanistan, and they threw some acid on some kids, and I found those guys and I killed those guys because that's what you do when you hurt little kids. I got a soft spot for people that can't take care of themselves and protect themselves. I think every real human isn't going to let anything weak them ever get hurt.
I fucking found those
and so
guys.
I'm shaking
and I
listening to this
fucking
story,
killed those guys.
and I was like, and I know I have to go
Fucking
back to Colonia Dignidad the next day and put on like I'm a tourist guy hosting a travel show, and that's what our disguise to get in there was like, oh, this is a beautiful Bavarian village. You can come here. That was our little way in. And I was just going to go in and destroy that whole entire place. That was my plan. And the guy's looking at me, and he's like, I see your anger, and I was like, yeah, I'm going to go hurt all of them. He's like, no, no more pain. And I was like, okay, what's going on? And he looks at his wife, and he goes, she saved me. Every time that I was burnt, every time that I was broken, it was just love. That's how I got out. That's why we're alive today. And we're going to die of old age together with the woman that I fell in love with on this colony. The only thing that matters is love. And I was like, damn, I like you, but I still want to go hurt all of those people. So it's like,
so these people that were doing this to him, what was their objective?
They wanted to understand. I mean, so the same test that Joseph Mengele was doing in Germany in 1943, he's now doing in Chile in 1953. He just has a different population to test. They're not Jews.
Christ.
They're Chilean boys. And they're strong, and they're wiry, and they need less food. They're not like I'm using quotation marks, the cockroach Jews that you just couldn't kill. These were young, strong Browns. Like, these are their words verbatim that I'm using. And it's like, yeah, I want to tear your guys' faces out and stick soldering irons in your ear because you guys are so evil. But then I'm the same as them, so I was just really torn. I didn't know what to do. I just wanted to kill them.
I like this guy.
Well, it's the worst aspects of human beings is this desire to hurt people that are weaker than you and torture them, and this is just coming into contact with that, and then some guy who has this most beautiful response to it.
Yeah.
Love saved me. I just want to die. Oh, fuck.
You're a better human than I. So I never knew how to respond to these things. I wanted to, every time I'd see a new SS medal, or I'd see, like the cross that they won for valor, like crazy, the equivalent of Medal of Honors these guys have in their parlors. I'm like, these were Nazis. You realize your grandpa said, yeah, yes. Total pride swelling in their chest. I was like, I'll crack you in the face, dude.
So how did Mengele die? Did he die of old age?
Old age. He died on a beach in Brazil. His journal was found on the beach in Brazil.
Motherfucker.
married a beautiful Brazilian girl.
Wow.
Adolf Eichmann, he got snatched by the Mossad in Argentina. Skorzeny, he died of old age. Actually, in the 60s, the Egyptians, when they're trying to build that rocket program to annihilate Israel, Skorzeny started working for the Mossad, but he didn't really know it. They were paying him millions of dollars to hold these parties for what he thought was the rise of the Fourth Reich.
Whoa.
Yeah, so he was bringing in like Mercedes and Crush Steel, these massive billion-dollar corporations for the time. He was hosting these soirees and talking and having other high-level Nazis that were still alive come in, and he was just really being used by the Mossad to try to figure out who was facilitating this Egyptian rocket program.
So they just were putting on these parties to kind of get everybody together so they could keep tabs on everybody and figure out who's who.
That's what the Mossad was doing.
Yeah.
He was doing it with the intent of
making the Fourth Reich.
Yeah, rising the Fourth Reich.
So the Mossad did this, and then what did they do once they figured out who was who?
Finally, I don't like this part because I like just killing bad people. They figured out that the big problem with the delivery system for the Egyptians and their missile program was the navigation system. And they were trying to hire a whole bunch of these experts to come work for this program. And they diplomatically kind of went behind the back, and they got all of this really the only experts in the world. They prevented them from going and traveling to and work for Egypt. So they kind of diplomatically ended the development of the delivery system for their warheads.
So that's how they handled it.
After they poisoned some people and they sent some mail bombs, they kidnapped a guy and tortured him and killed him.
Fuck.
Yeah, real torture, not fake torture.
It's amazing how few people know about the Nazi escapees that went to South America. It's amazing how when this comes up, it's relatively unknown. I mean, your show has done a lot to shed some light on it, and I've read some articles about Nazis that escaped to South America, but it's not common knowledge.
No, by design. I mean, when you're down there, there's a shroud of silence. You're not supposed to talk about these things. It takes a long time for me to get an interview with a guy. It takes a long time for building rapport. I mean, we're talking like we got some pretty high level people working with me, special operations from every single branch, to include the CIA, Army Special Forces. And we are pulling out every trick in the book to try to get these people to talk to us, to include bribing them. And it's hard. So they still don't talk about it to this day.
Did you have to bring in German-speaking people?
Yeah, a lot of time.
I mean, what can be done? I mean, obviously, there's not the same people, right? There's the people that benefited from the people that went down there. So you're talking about like third generation removed.
Yeah.
But what could be done? It's kind of the damage is done, right?
Yeah, but that's a lot of damage. What can be done is the ideas can die. The ideas of fascism, the ideas of racism, those things we can kill.
Right. But are those ideas? Those ideas being?
Yo, I'm gonna see if I can get this dude Tim Kennedy.
Yeah, they're being cultivated.
Kennedy, yeah, I got cotton on. See if I can interview this guy.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm a white guy walking down the street, I am a higher degree than the locals.
Right.
You know, like I can go and shop in some places that they can't. I can go in and sit down and have a meal in some places that they can't. I'm being greeted on the street. Good Morgan. You know, not the brown dude next to me. He's not. His kid definitely can't date the blue-eyed blonde girl at the high school. That's not allowed.
So they basically created these little colonies. Nazi colonies in South America.
Yeah. Did you Google Clone Dignidad?
Yeah. Did you?
You will have nightmares.
Dude, I'm freaking out right now.
It's not.
It's crazy how many people got away with it. That Joseph Mengele died on a beach.
That's
with a hot
Scorsese.
Brazilian wife.
I mean, that one hurts me because he's a guy like me, just on the ops. Because he's a special operations guy. He was an SS. He was a physical specimen, especially for the time. You know, like we didn't understand. I mean, he was a very early on into one of the first real Nazis. Like, this isn't okay. All of Germany's going this way. The chancellor is Adolf Hitler. This is where we're going. I kind of just have to go along. And you see some of that in the third, like 43, 44. Now it's okay. We might be losing this war. Now it's not so in vogue. But when you got guys in like 1939 that are talking eugenics and higher calling for breeding and segregation early on, you're like, I don't like that. I want to beat him to death with my hands. But he's massive, so it'd be a pretty good fight.
It was a reformed Nazi cult trying to. What does it say, Jamie? Was the full title?
Reformed Nazi cult.
What is a?
So that's the marketing thing, because it's still the same place.
Reformed Nazi cult trying to open its colony to tourism. And where is this?
That's in Chile. Yeah, I spent a lot of time there, right there.
Wow.
They made a movie about it. So that's current day, right there.
Jesus Christ. That's
Lederhosen
strange.
It's freaking gorgeous, though. It is Shangri-La. Yeah, German flag flying.
Wow.
They've tried to hide the Nazi things they've had. I
Give
had
me
dinner right
2
there.
minutes. I gotta hear this.
To town. And on 9/11,
Anyways. Well, I don't know, guys. No one's talking, commenting, or whatever. It's fucking late. It's almost 5 a.m. So. Dude, Mangle was just a terrible fucking evil person who deserved to be fucking tortured terribly. But alright, guys. Adios, muchachos.